There are moments in history that defy conventional understanding, government programs that ventured into the realm of the supernatural, Olympic events that turned into nightmarish struggles for survival, individuals who seemingly transcended the limitations of human mortality, and cultural episodes so bizarre that they challenge our very conception of what people were capable of believing. These aren't obscure tales from fiction or internet rumors. These are documented historical events with verifiable records that continue to baffle experts and historians to this day. From the CIA's multi-million-dollar investment in psychic warfare to an Olympic marathon so catastrophic it nearly killed every participant, tonight we're exploring bizarre historical events that seem utterly impossible at first glance. Evidence that pushes the boundaries of what we consider plausible and forces us to question the conventional narrative of history itself. Before we dive into it, here's a quick note. The visuals in this video aren't necessary to enjoy the stories. They make it more engaging, but you can follow along perfectly well through the audio alone. Feel free to let this play in the background while you work, relax, or even fall asleep to these strange historical anomalies. And if you'd like to support me making these videos, consider subscribing to the channel. Let's begin our journey through some of the most inexplicable chapters in human history. Events so strange they barely seem possible, yet undeniably happened. Imagine a courtroom where the defendant cannot speak, cannot move, and is quite literally dead. This is not the plot of a bizarre horror movie, but a real historical event that defies belief. The Cadaver Synod, a trial where a deceased pope was literally dug up and put on trial for his alleged crimes. The year was 899. The Roman Catholic Church was a labyrinth of political intrigue, where power struggles were as common as prayers. The Holy See was not just a religious institution, but a complex political machine where ambition, revenge, and raw power collided in ways that would shock modern sensibilities. Pope Formosus had not been a typical religious leader. Born in Rome to a prominent family, he had risen through the church ranks with a combination of political acumen and religious dedication. Before becoming pope, he had been a cardinal and a diplomatic envoy, navigating the treacherous political landscapes of 9th-century Europe with remarkable skill. His papacy, which began in 889, was marked by constant political maneuvering. Europe was a chessboard of competing kingdoms, and Formosus was a master player. He supported different rulers at different times, switching allegiances with a political dexterity that made him both respected and feared. One of his most significant political moves was supporting Arnulf of Carinthia in his bid to become Holy Roman Emperor. This decision angered powerful Roman noble families who had different political aspirations. Among his most dangerous enemies was Stephen VI, a man consumed by political hatred and a desire for absolute revenge. Stephen VI had his own complicated history with Formosus. Before Formosus's papacy, Stephen had been a powerful figure in Roman ecclesiastical politics. The two had been rivals, competing for influence and power within the church hierarchy. When Formosus became pope, Stephen was marginalized, his political influence dramatically reduced. But Formosus's death did not end Stephen's vendetta. In fact, it was only the beginning of one of the most bizarre legal proceedings in human history. Pope Formosus had died in 896, seemingly ending his tumultuous political career. But for Stephen, death was no obstacle to revenge. On a cold January day in 899, Stephen ordered Formosus's corpse to be exhumed from its burial site. Imagine the scene: servants digging up a decaying body, carefully transporting it through the streets of Rome, and then propping it up in an actual courtroom. The corpse was dressed in papal vestments, seated on a throne, ready to face trial. The trial was nothing short of a macabre spectacle. Pope Stephen VI acted as the primary prosecutor, hurling accusations at the decaying corpse with a passion that seemed to defy the laws of reason. He charged Formosus with multiple crimes: perjury, violation of church canons, and illegally ascending to the papal throne. A deacon was appointed to speak on behalf of the dead pope, providing the minimal pretense of a fair trial. But there was nothing fair about this proceeding. Stephen screamed his accusations, his rage seemingly undiminished by the fact that his defendant was a rotting corpse. The charges were complex and deeply political. Stephen argued that Formosus had violated sacred church laws by accepting the papal throne while already serving as Bishop of Porto. He claimed that Formosus had committed multiple acts of political betrayal, switching allegiances between different potential Holy Roman emperors. The trial proceeded with a surreal formality. The corpse of Formosus was positioned facing the judges, its papal robes carefully arranged, its lifeless fingers still bearing the rings of papal authority. Witnesses were called, accusations were made, and the entire proceeding took on the appearance of a legitimate legal process. But this was no ordinary trial. This was a political performance, a theatrical act of revenge designed to posthumously destroy Formosus's reputation and invalidate everything he had done during his papal reign. The corpse was found guilty. In a final act of humiliation, Pope Stephen ordered the body of Formosus to be stripped of its papal vestments. The corpse was then mutilated, 3 fingers used for blessing were cut off. Then, the body was thrown into the Tiber River, a final insult meant to prevent any proper burial. The public reaction was immediate and intense. People were horrified by this grotesque display. The trial of a dead pope's corpse was seen as a violation of fundamental religious and legal norms. Stephen had gone too far, even by the standards of 9th-century Roman politics. The political consequences were swift. Pope Stephen's actions were seen as so outrageous that he was soon imprisoned. Some saw this as divine retribution for his treatment of Formosus. Within months, Stephen was strangled in prison, a violent end to a man who had committed an even more violent act of political theater. Years later, another pope would rehabilitate Formosus's reputation, declaring the trial null and void. The corpse trial became a symbol of the brutal political manipulations that sometimes lurked behind the church's sacred walls. How could such an event happen? What drove Stephen to commit such an unprecedented act? Was this pure political revenge, or something more complex? The Cadaver Synod remains one of history's most bizarre legal proceedings, a testament to the fact that truth can indeed be stranger than fiction. Some historians argue that this trial reveals more about the political landscape of medieval Europe than about religious practices. It shows a world where power was everything, where personal vendettas could override even the most basic human respect. The trial also demonstrates the complex relationship between religious institutions and political power during the medieval period. The Catholic Church was not just a spiritual organization, but a powerful political entity where personal ambitions and institutional politics often intersected in dramatic and unexpected ways. The Cadaver Synod stands as a chilling reminder that human behavior can sometimes transcend logic, that political hatred can drive people to actions that seem impossible to comprehend. A dead pope, put on trial, stripped, mutilated, and thrown into a river. A story so strange that if it were not documented, no one would believe it happened. In the end, the story of Pope Formosus is more than just a bizarre historical footnote. It is a window into a world where power was absolute, where revenge knew no boundaries, and where the lines between religious devotion and political manipulation were constantly, and often disturbingly, blurred. Wars are typically defined by battles, bloodshed, and conflict. But what if a war could exist without any of these traditional elements? Welcome to the remarkable story of the 335 Years' War, a conflict so unusual that it challenges everything we understand about international disputes. To fully appreciate this extraordinary tale, we must first understand the historical context of 17th century Europe. It was a time of intense political rivalry, maritime expansion, and complex diplomatic relationships. The Netherlands had emerged as a global maritime power, its merchant fleet dominating trade routes across the world's oceans. The protagonists of this extraordinary story were the Netherlands and the Isles of Scilly, a tiny archipelago off the coast of Cornwall in England. Today, these islands are a peaceful tourist destination, known for their beautiful landscapes and tranquil atmosphere. But centuries ago, they were at the center of a conflict that would become the longest war in human history. The origins of this conflict can be traced back to the 80 Years' War, a prolonged struggle between the Netherlands and Spain for Dutch independence. During this tumultuous period, international conflicts were often messy and complicated. Alliances shifted, and maritime warfare became a critical component of national strategy. In 1648, the Netherlands found itself in a complex political situation with the English monarchy. The English were supporting the Spanish against the Dutch, creating tensions between the two maritime nations. The Scilly Isles, though small, were strategically positioned in the Atlantic Ocean, and the Dutch believed these islands were being used as a base for English pirates who were attacking Dutch merchant ships. Merchant ships were the economic lifeblood of the Netherlands. Each vessel represented significant investment and potential profit. Piracy was not just a maritime nuisance but a serious economic threat. Every ship lost to pirates meant lost cargo, lost revenue, and potential ruin for trading companies. The Dutch Republic, known for its pragmatic approach to international relations, made a bold and seemingly disproportionate decision. They declared war on the Scilly Isles, a collection of small islands with a tiny population. To modern ears, this sounds absurd. How could an entire nation declare war on a microscopic territory? But here's where the story takes its most bizarre turn. No actual battle ever took place. The Dutch fleet never launched a significant attack on the islands. The war existed primarily on paper, a diplomatic technicality that somehow remained unresolved for centuries. Imagine the generations of people living on these islands, going about their daily lives. Fishermen casting their nets, farmers tending their fields, children playing on rocky beaches, all while technically being in a state of war with one of Europe's most powerful nations. They were completely unaware of this diplomatic sword hanging over their heads. Years turned into decades. Decades turned into centuries. Generations were born, lived, and died on the Scilly Isles and in the Netherlands, and still, technically, a state of war existed between them. It was a conflict so obscure that most people on both sides were entirely unaware of its existence. The political landscape of Europe continued to change. The Dutch Republic transformed. The British Empire rose and fell. Technological revolutions occurred. Two world wars reshaped global politics. And through all of this, the war between the Netherlands and the Scilly Isles remained a forgotten footnote in diplomatic history. This changed in 1986. A local historian named Roy Duncan noticed this peculiar historical footnote while researching local island history. Intrigued by this extraordinary situation, he began investigating. How could a war continue for so long without anyone noticing? Duncan reached out to the Dutch embassy in London, wondering if they were aware of this historical anomaly. To everyone's surprise, the Dutch were equally fascinated by this historical curiosity. Diplomatic wheels began to turn, driven by curiosity and a sense of historical whimsy. A formal peace treaty was quickly arranged. On 17 February 1986, the Netherlands and the Scilly Isles finally ended their 335-year war. No shots had been fired. No blood had been spilled. It was perhaps the most peaceful resolution to a war in human history. The story captured the imagination of people worldwide. Newspapers ran stories about this bizarre diplomatic technicality. Late-night comedy shows made jokes. Historians debated the significance of this extraordinary event. How could a war exist for so long without anyone noticing? Some historians argue that this war was more of a bureaucratic oversight than an actual conflict. Others see it as a fascinating example of how diplomatic tensions can persist long after their original context has disappeared. It reveals the complex and sometimes arbitrary nature of international relations. The 335 Years' War raises profound questions about the nature of conflict. What defines a war? Is it the presence of violence, or can it exist in the realm of political and diplomatic tensions? Can a conflict be so dormant that it becomes almost invisible? Consider the philosophical implications. If a war occurs and no one fights in it, does it truly exist? This conflict challenges our traditional understanding of warfare, diplomacy, and international relations. It suggests that conflicts are not always defined by bloodshed, but can exist in more subtle, bureaucratic realms. The resolution of the war in 1986 was more of a symbolic gesture than a meaningful diplomatic event. The Dutch ambassador to the United Kingdom signed a peace treaty, officially bringing an end to a conflict that had technically existed longer than the United States had been a country. Today, the story of the 335 Years' War serves as a delightful anecdote, a quirky piece of historical trivia that seems too strange to be true. It reminds us that history is not always about grand battles and epic conflicts. Sometimes, it's about the quiet, almost comical moments that slip between the cracks of our understanding. A war without a single battle, a conflict that existed primarily on paper. The 335 Years' War stands as a unique testament to the complexity and occasional absurdity of human political interactions. In the grand tapestry of human history, this war is a thread of pure whimsy, a reminder that reality can be far more strange and wonderful than any fiction we could imagine. It invites us to look at history not just as a sequence of significant events, but as a rich, sometimes inexplicable narrative that continues to surprise and delight us. In the height of the Cold War, when the world teetered on the brink of nuclear annihilation, a single moment of human intuition might have saved millions of lives. This is the extraordinary story of Stanislav Petrov, a Soviet military officer whose gut feeling prevented what could have been the most devastating conflict in human history. To understand the significance of Petrov's story, we must first journey into the complex and terrifying world of Cold War geopolitics. The decades following World War II were defined by an unprecedented tension between the United States and the Soviet Union. Two superpowers, armed with enough nuclear weapons to destroy the planet many times over, engaged in a perpetual game of global chess. The concept of mutually assured destruction, or MAD, dominated military thinking. The theory was simple yet horrifying. If one side launched a nuclear attack, the other would respond with equal force, ensuring the complete annihilation of both nations. This delicate balance of terror required constant vigilance, sophisticated early warning systems, and nerves of steel from military personnel on both sides. Stanislav Petrov was not a high-ranking general or a famous politician. He was a lieutenant colonel working in a secret Soviet military facility outside Moscow, monitoring an early warning satellite system designed to detect American nuclear missile launches. His job was straightforward but critically important. Watch the screens and report any potential nuclear attack. Born in 1939, Petrov had lived through some of the most turbulent periods of Soviet history. He had seen the aftermath of World War II, witnessed the height of Soviet power, and now found himself at the epicenter of a potential global catastrophe. His training was thorough, his instructions clear. If the system detects a nuclear launch, report it immediately. The facility where Petrov worked was a marvel of Soviet technological achievement. Rows of computer screens, complex communication systems, and a team of highly trained military personnel worked around the clock to monitor potential threats. The tension was constant, the stakes impossibly high. On 26 September 1983, the world came closer to nuclear war than perhaps at any other moment in history. The international situation was particularly volatile. Just 3 weeks earlier, the Soviet military had shot down a Korean passenger jet that had accidentally entered Soviet airspace, killing all 269 people on board. The United States had condemned the action, and tensions were at an all-time high. At precisely 23 hours that night, the unthinkable seemed to happen. The sophisticated Soviet satellite system suddenly reported that the United States had launched multiple nuclear missiles toward the Soviet Union. The computer screens flashed with alerts, indicating a massive incoming attack. According to standard Soviet military protocol, Petrov was required to immediately report this as a legitimate nuclear strike. This would trigger an automatic Soviet nuclear counterattack, which would have meant total global destruction. Millions would die in the initial blasts, with billions more perishing in the subsequent nuclear winter. But something felt wrong to Petrov. Despite the computer's insistence, his intuition told him this was a false alarm. He began to analyze the situation critically. The system was reporting only 5 missile launches, which seemed unusual. A full-scale American attack would likely involve hundreds of missiles. Moreover, the satellite detection system was relatively new and unproven. Petrov was aware of its technological limitations. He understood that computer systems could malfunction, that technological errors were always possible. In those critical moments, Petrov made a decision that went against every military training protocol. He reported the missile detection as a system malfunction. His reasoning was based on a combination of logical analysis and pure intuition, a gut feeling that something wasn't right. The pressure on Petrov was immense. A wrong decision could mean the end of human civilization. If he was mistaken, millions of Soviet citizens could die because of his hesitation. If the computer was correct, every second of delay could be fatal. Later investigations revealed that Petrov was correct. The satellite system had misinterpreted sunlight reflecting off high-altitude clouds as missile launches. A combination of technological limitations and heightened Cold War tensions had created a perfect storm for potential nuclear catastrophe. Had Petrov followed standard procedure, the Soviet military would have launched a full-scale nuclear counterattack. The United States would have responded in kind. Major cities would have been reduced to ash. Entire populations would have been wiped out. The global ecosystem would have been irreparably damaged. Petrov's decision was not immediately celebrated. In fact, he was initially reprimanded for his breach of protocol. The Soviet military was suspicious of his explanation, and he was eventually forced into early retirement. For years, his actions went unrecognized. It was only years later, after the fall of the Soviet Union, that the true significance of Petrov's decision became clear. International organizations began to recognize him as the man who prevented World War III. He had quite literally saved the world from nuclear holocaust. Petrov himself remained humble about his actions. In interviews, he consistently downplayed his role, stating that he was simply doing his job and following his instincts. But those instincts were extraordinary, a blend of professional training and human intuition that transcended cold mechanical protocols. His story raises profound questions about human decision-making in moments of extreme pressure. How do we make critical choices when milliseconds can determine the fate of millions? What role does intuition play in averting potential disasters? The incident also reveals the fragility of global peace during the Cold War. Technology, meant to protect, could just as easily destroy. A simple computer glitch could have triggered a global nuclear war. The line between survival and annihilation was razor-thin. Stanislav Petrov died in 2017, relatively unknown to the general public. But to those who understand the full context of the Cold War, he is nothing short of a global hero. A man whose split-second decision prevented a nuclear apocalypse. His story is a testament to the power of human judgment, of trusting one's instincts even when every system and protocol suggests otherwise. In the most critical moment of the 20th century, one man's gut feeling stood between humanity and total destruction. We often think of historical turning points as grand moments of heroic action, but sometimes the most significant moments are quiet, almost imperceptible. A single decision made in the span of a few heartbeats can change the course of human history. Stanislav Petrov reminds us that humanity's survival often depends not on sophisticated technology or complex military strategies, but on individual human judgment, intuition, and the courage to question even the most seemingly definitive information. Some stories defy the very laws of probability. Some lives seem to be protected by an almost supernatural shield of luck. The story of Tsutomu Yamaguchi is one such incredible tale, a man who survived not one, but two atomic bomb explosions and lived to share his extraordinary experience. To understand Yamaguchi's story, we must first travel back to the final, most devastating days of World War II. The year was 1945, and the world was locked in a conflict that had already claimed millions of lives. Japan, facing imminent defeat, was about to become the first and only nation in history to experience the horrific power of atomic weapons. Tsutomu Yamaguchi was a 39-year-old industrial engineer working for Mitsubishi Heavy Industries. Born in Nagasaki in 1916, he was a typical Japanese worker of his generation, dedicated, hardworking, and caught in the midst of a global conflict that would reshape human history. In early August 1945, Yamaguchi was on a business trip to Hiroshima. Professional obligations had taken him away from his home in Nagasaki, a decision that would become the first of many extraordinary coincidences that would define his survival. On 6th August, at 8:15 in the morning, the world changed forever. The United States bomber Enola Gay approached Hiroshima, carrying a weapon that would become synonymous with destruction. Little Boy, as the atomic bomb was called, represented the pinnacle of scientific achievement turned into an instrument of unimaginable devastation. Yamaguchi was less than 2 miles from the epicenter when the bomb detonated. The initial blast was unlike anything ever witnessed in human history. A blinding flash brighter than 1,000 suns erupted, followed by a shockwave that obliterated everything in its path. Buildings disintegrated. Humans were reduced to shadows burned into concrete. Somehow, miraculously, Yamaguchi survived the initial explosion, but survival was far from guaranteed. He was severely burned, temporarily blinded, and suffered devastating injuries. His eardrums were ruptured, his skin hung in strips, and he was covered in horrific burns. By all medical understanding, he should have died that day. But Yamaguchi was determined. Despite his injuries, he managed to find help. Medical treatment was almost non-existent in the devastated city. Hospitals had been destroyed, medical personnel were themselves victims of the blast. Yet Yamaguchi survived, driven by an inexplicable will to live. Most people would have remained in Hiroshima, unable to travel. But Yamaguchi was desperate to return to his family in Nagasaki. He made the incredible journey home, seeking medical treatment and hopping to recover from his wounds. 3 days later, on 9th August, fate delivered its second impossible twist. Yamaguchi was in Nagasaki when the second atomic bomb was dropped. Fat Man exploded over the city, once again placing Yamaguchi at the center of humanity's most destructive technological achievement. Once again, he survived. Once again, he was less than 2 miles from ground zero. The mathematical probability of surviving a single atomic bomb is infinitesimally small. The chances of surviving too, they approached statistical impossibility. Medical professionals were astounded. Yamaguchi's body bore the scars of both explosions, a living testament to human resilience. He suffered from radiation sickness, burns, and long-term health complications. Yet he continued to live, a walking miracle of human survival. For many years, Yamaguchi kept his story private. The trauma was too immense, the memories too painful. It was only later in life that he began to speak publicly about his experiences, becoming a vocal advocate for nuclear disarmament. His body became a walking miracle of medical science. Doctors studied his case, trying to understand how he managed to survive not one, but two of the most destructive weapons ever created. His immune system, his cellular structure, seemed to defy every known scientific expectation. Yamaguchi's life after the war was a testament to human resilience. He worked as a translator and technical designer. He married, had children, and continued to live a relatively normal life despite the extraordinary circumstances of his survival. But the physical and psychological toll was significant. Like many survivors of the atomic bombs, known as hibakusha in Japanese, Yamaguchi faced significant health challenges. He developed cancer, suffered from radiation-related illnesses, and carried the physical and emotional scars of his experiences. In 2006, the Japanese government officially recognized Yamaguchi as a survivor of both atomic bombings. This recognition was more than just a bureaucratic acknowledgement. It was an official validation of his extraordinary story, a testament to his incredible survival. Yamaguchi lived to be 93 years old, passing away in 2010. He witnessed the transformation of Japan from a war-torn nation to a global technological powerhouse. He saw the world change in ways no one could have predicted on that fateful day in 1945. His survival raises profound philosophical and scientific questions. Was it pure luck, a genetic anomaly, or something more mysterious that protected him through these impossible circumstances? Some might view Yamaguchi's story as a medical impossibility. Others might see it as a testament to the human spirit's extraordinary capacity for survival. His life challenged our understanding of human endurance, of the limits of the human body and spirit. Tsunami, Yamaguchi's life, was a living bridge between one of humanity's darkest moments and its potential for recovery and renewal. He embodied resilience, a walking reminder that life can persist even in the most devastating conditions. Some might call it a miracle, others might see it as a statistical improbability. But Tsunami Yamaguchi's story transcends simple explanation. He survived when logic suggested he should not, a human testament to the inexplicable nature of survival. In the end, his story is more than just a tale of survival. It is a profound meditation on human resilience, on the capacity to endure, to rebuild, and to find meaning even in the face of unimaginable destruction. There are disasters that make perfect sense, like earthquakes, hurricanes, and floods. And then there are disasters so bizarre, so utterly unexpected, that they seem to defy reality itself. The London beer flood of 1814 falls firmly into that second category. Imagine walking down a crowded street on an ordinary Monday afternoon when suddenly, without warning, a 15-foot wave of beer comes crashing around the corner, sweeping away everything in its path. It sounds like something from a surreal dream or perhaps a college student's fantasy gone horribly wrong. But this actually happened in the heart of London over 2 centuries ago. The date was October 17, 1814. The location was the parish of St. Giles, a densely populated working-class neighborhood in London's West End. At the center of this story stands the Horseshoe Brewery, an industrial giant owned by Mew and Company. This wasn't some small local operation making craft ales. This was industrial-scale brewing at its finest, and at the time it was home to some of the largest beer vats in existence. The largest of these vats was a true monster, standing over 22 feet tall and capable of holding over 135,000 gallons of beer. To put that in perspective, that's enough beer to fill an Olympic-sized swimming pool halfway. These massive wooden vessels were bound together with iron hoops, technological marvels of their day that represented the brewery's power and prestige. The Horseshoe Brewery was particularly known for its porter, a dark, rich beer that was enormously popular among London's working class. The demand was so high that these enormous vats were necessary to keep up with the city's seemingly unquenchable thirst. On that fateful October afternoon, one of the brewery workers noticed something concerning. The metal hoops on the largest vat appeared to be rusting and slipping out of position. This should have been an immediate red flag, a warning sign that disaster was imminent. But in the industrialized world of early 19th century London, such warning signs were often ignored in favor of continued production. After all, stopping to repair the vat would mean stopping the flow of beer and profits. So the work continued, the vat remained full, and the pressure on those failing metal hoops increased by the hour. At approximately 6 p.m., the inevitable happened. One of the iron hoops snapped with a sound like a gunshot, echoing through the brewery and causing workers to freeze in alarm. Before anyone could react, the immense pressure inside the vat caused a catastrophic chain reaction. The wooden staves that made up the vat began to split apart, and within moments, the entire structure failed. Over 135,000 gallons of porter beer exploded outward with incredible force, smashing into another vat, which also ruptured. Then another, and another. In a domino effect of destruction, a total of 8 massive vats failed, releasing over 323,000 gallons of beer in a matter of seconds. The resulting wave of beer stood nearly 15 feet tall as it crashed through the brewery's brick wall and poured out into the streets of St. Giles. Witnesses described a sound like thunder as the wave of dark porter surged down Tottenham Court Road and into the surrounding alleyways and courtyards. In its path stood some of London's poorest residents, many living in crowded basement dwellings with no escape route. The beer flood hit New Street and Great Russell Street with tremendous force. Basement homes were completely submerged in seconds. The flood rushed through open doorways and windows, giving those inside little chance to escape. One eyewitness account described the scene as if the beer was running in the street like a river. Another reported seeing whole barrels, beams of wood, and broken staves being carried along by the current, turning ordinary household objects into dangerous projectiles. At the Tavistock Arms pub, a 14-year-old barmaid named Eleanor Cooper was trapped when the flood hit. The beer smashed through the pub's windows and filled the building so quickly that she had no chance to reach higher ground. Her body was found the next day, drowned in beer. In a nearby basement home, a mother named Mary Banfield was having tea with her daughter and 4-year-old son when the flood hit. She and her daughter were killed instantly, though miraculously, neighbors found the young boy alive, having somehow survived by clinging to floating debris. The flood claimed a total of 8 lives. 5 of the victims were attending a wake for a 2-year-old boy who had died the previous day. In a cruel twist of fate, the mourners found themselves victims of a disaster no one could have anticipated. Among them was a woman named Anne Saville, who had gone to comfort her grieving neighbor only to lose her own life in the process. As news of the disaster spread throughout London, crowds gathered to witness the aftermath. The narrow streets of St. Giles were turned into rivers of beer, with some areas flooded to a depth of several feet. The smell of porter hung heavy in the air, a sickly sweet reminder of the tragedy that had unfolded. Emergency services struggled to navigate the flooded streets, and many victims were only reached hours after the initial disaster. Stories from the aftermath paint a picture of both tragedy and the strange behavior that often follows disasters. Some enterprising individuals reportedly brought pots, pans, and even boots to collect the free beer flowing through the streets. Others were said to have cupped their hands to drink directly from the flood. One man supposedly drank so much of the spilled beer that he died from alcohol poisoning days later, though this particular detail may be more urban legend than fact. The true toll, beyond the 8 confirmed deaths, is difficult to calculate. The flood destroyed homes, ruined livelihoods, and left dozens of families homeless. Many lost everything they owned as the beer wave carried away or destroyed their meager possessions. Disease followed in the days after, as the beer began to stagnate and spoil, creating unsanitary conditions in an already impoverished area. What happened next reveals much about the justice system of Regency-era London. When the case went to court, the jury ruled that the flood had been an act of God, meaning no one was legally responsible for the deaths or damage. Mew and Company, the brewery's owner, escaped without having to pay a penny in compensation to the victims or their families. Adding insult to injury, the company was able to reclaim the tax they had paid on the beer that was lost, receiving a refund from the British government. The brewery itself survived the disaster and continued operating until 1921. In fact, the flood barely made a dent in the company's finances. They simply rebuilt their vats and continued brewing, while the poor residents of St. Giles were left to rebuild their lives with no assistance. It was a stark reminder of the class divides that characterized 19th-century London, where the lives of the working poor were often valued less than property or profits. Perhaps the most astonishing aspect of the London beer flood is how quickly it faded from public memory. Despite being one of the most unusual disasters in London's history, it received relatively little attention in the historical record. Today, there isn't even a memorial or plaque marking the site where 8 people lost their lives in such a bizarre tragedy. The Horseshoe Brewery is long gone, replaced by the Dominion Theatre in 1928, and most Londoners have no idea that their city was once the site of a deadly beer tsunami. The London beer flood stands as a testament to the strange and unpredictable nature of industrial disasters. It reminds us that tragedy can strike in the most unexpected forms, and that the line between everyday life and catastrophe is thinner than we might like to believe. In a time before modern safety regulations and oversight, the combination of massive industrial equipment, cost-cutting measures, and simple negligence created the perfect conditions for a disaster that seems almost too strange to be true. Yet it did happen. On an ordinary Monday in October, beer quite literally flowed through the streets of London, taking lives and destroying homes in its wake. It's a sobering reminder that history isn't just made up of wars, coronations, and political upheavals. Sometimes, it's shaped by freak accidents and bizarre twists of fate that no one could have predicted. And as strange as the London beer flood may seem, it's just one of many peculiar disasters that time has nearly forgotten. History is filled with these footnotes, these strange little tailies that defy our expectations and challenge what we think we know about the past. They remind us that reality is often stranger than fiction, and that the tapestry of human experience is woven with threads both mundane and utterly bizarre. In the end, the London beer flood serves as a strange sort of parable about the unexpected nature of disaster, the callousness of industrial capitalism, and the fragility of human life. It asks us to consider what other strange events might be lurking in the shadows of history, waiting to be rediscovered and remembered. And perhaps most importantly, it reminds us that in a world of endless possibilities, sometimes the truth really is stranger than anything we could possibly imagine. Sometimes the strangest wartime innovations come not from hardened military minds, but from the most unexpected sources. During the chaos and desperation of World War II, military planners on all sides were searching for unconventional weapons that might give them an edge over their enemies. Some of these projects produced groundbreaking technologies that changed warfare forever. Others were abandoned after proving impractical, dangerous, or simply too bizarre to implement. The American Bat Bomb project falls squarely into this second category. A weapon so outlandish that it sounds like fiction, yet was developed with deadly seriousness, by the United States military. The story begins on December 7, 1941. As Japanese planes were attacking Pearl Harbor, a dental surgeon from Pennsylvania named Little S. Adams was vacationing in the southwestern United States. Like millions of Americans, Adams was shocked and outraged by the attack. Unlike most Americans, however, his mind immediately turned to bats as a potential instrument of revenge. You see, during his vacation, Adams had been exploring the famous Carlsbad Caverns in New Mexico, home to millions of Mexican free-tailed bats. He had been fascinated by their ability to navigate in darkness, carry relatively heavy loads for their size, and infiltrate buildings and structures undetected. As Adams watched these creatures emerge from the caves in vast clouds at dusk, a strange and terrible idea began to form in his mind. What if these small, nimble creatures could be used as carriers for incendiary devices? What if thousands of bats could be released over Japanese cities, each carrying a tiny bomb timed to detonate after the bat had settled into the eaves, attics, or rafters of Japanese buildings? The resulting fires would spread rapidly through Japan's densely packed wooden cities, creating mass destruction with minimal American casualties. It was, in essence, a plan to weaponize nature itself, using one of the most inconspicuous creatures on Earth as an instrument of war. The idea might have remained just that, a strange fantasy born from a combination of patriotic fervor and an unusual fascination with bats. But Adams was no ordinary citizen. He had connections in high places, including a personal friendship with First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt. Through this connection, he managed to get his proposal directly to President Franklin D. Roosevelt himself. Most presidents would likely have dismissed such an outlandish proposal out of hand, but Roosevelt, known for his willingness to entertain unconventional ideas, saw potential in the bat bomb concept. In a memo dated January 12, 1942, barely a month after Pearl Harbor, Roosevelt wrote to Colonel William Donovan, the head of wartime intelligence. "This man is not a nut. It sounds like a perfectly wild idea but is worth looking into." With those words, one of the strangest weapons programs in American military history was officially set in motion. The project, codenamed X-Ray, but more commonly known as the Bat Bomb Project, was initially assigned to the United States Army Air Forces. Later, it would be transferred to the Navy and finally to the Marine Corps as different branches evaluated and developed the concept. The fundamental premise was simple: collect thousands of bats, attach small incendiary devices to them, drop them over Japanese cities in special bomb-like containers that would open in midair, releasing the bats to disperse and roost in buildings across the target area. Once settled, the time-delayed incendiaries would detonate, starting thousands of small fires simultaneously throughout the city. The theory behind the bat bomb was actually quite sound from a strategic perspective. Japanese cities at the time were particularly vulnerable to incendiary attacks. Most buildings were constructed primarily of wood, paper, and other highly flammable materials. The cities were densely packed, allowing fires to spread rapidly from building to building. Traditional bombing was often inefficient, with many explosives landing in non-critical areas. Bats, however, would naturally seek out protected areas in buildings, meaning each bomb would be delivered directly to a vulnerable structure. But turning this theory into a practical weapon system presented enormous challenges. First, researchers needed to find the right bat. After evaluating several species, they settled on the Mexican free-tailed bat, which could carry a payload equal to its own body weight and fly relatively long distances. These bats were also available in enormous numbers in the caves of the American Southwest. Next, they needed to develop a miniature incendiary device light enough for a bat to carry yet powerful enough to start a significant fire. This task fell to Louis Fieser, the same chemist who had invented napalm. Fieser created a tiny napalm-filled canister weighing just 17 to 18 grams, about the same as the bat itself. Each bomb contained a small time-delay ignition mechanism designed to give the bats sufficient time to reach their roosts before detonation. The third challenge was designing a delivery system. The solution was an ingenious container resembling a conventional bomb that could hold up to 1,000 bats in individual compartments. These compartments would keep the bats in a hibernation-like state through refrigeration. The bomb casing would open at a predetermined altitude, releasing a series of trays holding the sleeping bats. As the bats warmed up, they would awaken and fly off, carrying their deadly payload to unsuspecting targets below. By 1943, the project had moved from theory to testing, and that's when things started to go spectacularly wrong. During one of the first field tests at the Carlsbad Army Airfield Auxiliary Air Base in New Mexico, the plan went awry in a way that ironically demonstrated both the weapon's potential effectiveness and its danger to those using it. The test bats, equipped with dummy incendiaries, were accidentally released too early, and instead of flying toward the fake Japanese village constructed for the test, fled to the nearest available shelter, which happened to be the brand new Auxiliary Air Base. The bats roosted throughout the base's buildings, and shortly thereafter, the base burst into flames as the incendiary devices activated. The fire destroyed the test range control tower, a barracks, and several other buildings. This unexpected demonstration of the bat bomb's potential destructive power impressed observers despite the embarrassing failure of the test itself. A witness to the test, Dr. Iben Browning, later recalled the incident with dry humor. It was concluded that the mechanisms worked perfectly, and the carrier bats did exactly what they were supposed to do, but that the execution was a bit premature. In other words, the bats had proven the concept's effectiveness by accidentally burning down an American military base instead of the intended target. Following this mishap, the project was transferred to the Marine Corps and continued at a site called Camp Furlong, near the town of Columbus, New Mexico. Here, a new testing program began with even more ambitious goals. One report from this period estimated that 10 B-24 bombers, each carrying 100 bat bomb canisters containing 1,000 bats each, could start nearly 1,000,000 fires across an industrial area the size of Tokyo. The project reached its apex in mid-1944 when a demonstration from military officials showed the devastating potential of the weapon. In a controlled test using a mock-up of a Japanese residential area, with structures built to the same specifications as actual Japanese buildings, the bat bombs caused widespread destruction. According to observers, the test was a resounding success, proving that the concept could work on a larger scale. Dr. Adams and his team were confident that the bat bombs would be ready for combat use by mid-1945. Plans were drawn up to produce 1,000,000 bat bombs for a devastating attack on Japanese cities, but fate had other plans for Project X-Ray. In early 1944, when the decision had to be made about whether to push the bat bomb into mass production, Fleet Admiral Ernest J. King reviewed the project's progress. His conclusion was pragmatic but disappointing for Adams and his team. While the bat bomb showed promise, it would not be ready for combat deployment until mid-1945 at the earliest. By that point, military planners knew that another, far more devastating weapon was nearing completion, a weapon that would change warfare forever: the atomic bomb. With the Manhattan Project progressing rapidly and conventional firebombing already proving devastatingly effective against Japanese cities, the military made the decision to cancel Project X-Ray despite an investment of approximately $2 million, equivalent to more than $30 million today. The bat bomb represents one of the most bizarre chapters in military weapons development, a strange footnote in the history of a war that spawned countless technological innovations. Yet there's something oddly compelling about the concept, a weapon that used nature's own design rather than brute force, a strategy of infiltration rather than direct assault. Had it been deployed, the bat bomb might have been devastatingly effective while potentially causing fewer civilian casualties than the atomic bombs that eventually ended the war. In the decades since World War II, the bat bomb has been largely forgotten, overshadowed by the development of nuclear weapons and other more conventional military technologies. But for a brief moment in history, thousands of small, unassuming creatures nearly became an instrument of war, carrying fire into the heart of enemy territory in one of the strangest weapon systems ever seriously considered by a modern military. The story of the bat bomb reminds us that in times of war, innovation often takes unexpected forms, and that the line between brilliant strategy and absurd folly can sometimes be remarkably thin. It stands as a testament to human ingenuity, even when that ingenuity is directed toward destruction, and serves as a peculiar reminder of the desperate measures nations will consider when their survival seems at stake. There's something uniquely terrifying about nuclear weapons. Perhaps it's their unimaginable destructive power, capable of vaporizing entire cities in an instant. Or maybe it's the lingering radiation, contaminating the land for generations to come. Whatever the reason, few phrases inspire more dread than nuclear accident. So when I tell you that the United States has accidentally dropped nuclear bombs on itself not once, not twice, but multiple times, your reaction might understandably be one of horror and disbelief. Yet remarkably, despite these accidents, not a single person has ever been killed by an accidental nuclear detonation on American soil. The story of these near misses, known in military terminology as broken arrows, represents one of the most unsettling chapters in American nuclear history, a series of incidents where catastrophe was averted sometimes by design, sometimes by luck, and sometimes by margins so thin they defy belief. The most famous of these incidents occurred on March 11, 1958, in a small farming community called Mars Bluff, South Carolina. On that seemingly ordinary day, a Boeing Stratojet bomber was flying a routine training mission, carrying a Mark 6 nuclear bomb. This wasn't supposed to be a combat mission or even a live bomb drill. The aircraft was simply transporting the weapon as part of America's Cold War strategy of maintaining a constant nuclear readiness. The bomb itself was complete in every way except one critical component, the nuclear core or pit, had been removed and stored separately, as was standard procedure for training flights. Around 4:15 in the afternoon, Captain Earl Kohler, the pilot, was flying at 15,000 feet when a warning light indicated that the bomb harness locking pin hadn't been properly secured. Navigator Bruce Kulka went back to the bomb bay to check the pin. What happened next seems almost comically absurd, if not for the deadly seriousness of the situation. Looking for the locking pin, Kulka accidentally grabbed the emergency bomb release handle. In an instant, the bomb bay doors opened, and the 7,600-pound Mark 6 hydrogen bomb dropped out of the plane, beginning its descent toward the unsuspecting community below. As the bomb fell, its parachute deployed, slowing its descent but not stopping it. The bomb crashed into the woods behind the home of Walter Gregg, who was in his garden with his son. The conventional high explosives surrounding the nuclear core detonated on impact, creating a crater 75 feet wide and 35 feet deep. The blast destroyed Gregg's house, outbuildings, and car. It shattered windows up to 5 miles away and damaged several nearby homes. Miraculously, although 6 people were injured by the explosion, including Walter Gregg and 5 members of his family, no one was killed. The Mars Bluff incident wasn't classified for long. The massive crater and the extensive damage made it impossible to keep secret. Local newspapers picked up the story, and soon the tale of how America had accidentally bombed itself was making headlines around the world. The Gregg family eventually received a settlement of $54,000, equivalent to about $500,000 today, for the destruction of their property. The crater itself became something of a local tourist attraction, with curious visitors coming to see the place where a nuclear bomb had fallen on American soil. Even today, though partly filled in and overgrown, The crater remains visible, a stark reminder of how close the community came to an even greater disaster. If Mars Bluff was the most famous broken arrow incident, it was far from the most dangerous. That dubious honor belongs to an accident that occurred near Goldsboro, North Carolina, on January 24, 1961. Just 3 days after President John F. Kennedy's inauguration, a B-52 bomber on a routine patrol mission experienced a fuel leak and began breaking apart in midair. As the aircraft disintegrated, 2 Mark 39 thermonuclear bombs were released. Each bomb had an explosive yield of 3.8 megatons, more than 250 times more powerful than the bomb dropped on Hiroshima. One of the bombs deployed its parachute as designed and landed relatively intact. The other bomb, however, plummeted to the earth without its parachute, breaking apart on impact and burying itself in a farmer's field. What investigators discovered when they examined the damaged bomb sent shockwaves through the military establishment. Of the 6 safety mechanisms designed to prevent an accidental detonation, 5 had failed. Only a single switch, the simplest component in the complex arming sequence, had prevented a thermonuclear explosion that would have devastated much of North Carolina and beyond. Parker F. Jones, a senior engineer at Sandia National Laboratories who later reviewed the incident, summed up the gravity of the situation in a document that was declassified only in 2013. One simple, dynamo technology, low-voltage switch stood between the United States and a major catastrophe. He titled his report Goldsboro Revisited, or How I Learned to Mistrust the H-Bomb, a dark play on the title of the satirical film Dr. Strangelove. The Goldsboro incident remained highly classified for decades. Even today, some aspects of the accident are still considered sensitive information. The bomb that buried itself in the North Carolina soil could not be fully recovered despite an extensive excavation effort. A portion of the bomb, including part of its nuclear core, remains buried 18 feet underground. The Air Force purchased an easement from the landowner, permanently restricting any digging at the site. These 2 incidents, dramatic as they were, represent only the most famous of America's broken arrow events. Since the beginning of the nuclear age, the United States has acknowledged at least 32 accidents involving nuclear weapons. Some experts believe the true number may be significantly higher. These incidents have occurred not just over American soil but all around the world, from Spain to Greenland, from the bottom of the ocean to the seas over foreign countries. On January 17, 1966, another B-52 bomber collided with a KC-135 tanker during midair refueling near Palomares, Spain. The crash killed 7 airmen and released 4 hydrogen bombs. 2 of the bomb's conventional explosives detonated upon impact, contaminating a 2-square-kilometer area with radioactive plutonium. Though no nuclear detonation occurred, the incident required a massive cleanup operation and created a diplomatic crisis between the United States and Spain. Even more dramatic was the case of the USS Scorpion, a nuclear submarine that sank in the Atlantic in 1968 under mysterious circumstances, taking 99 sailors and at least 2 nuclear torpedoes to the bottom of the ocean. The wreck lies at a depth of 10,000 feet, with its nuclear weapons still on board, slowly corroding in the salt water. Then there was the incident near Thule Air Base in Greenland in 1968, when a B-52 crashed on the ice, scattering radioactive debris across 3 square miles of the Greenland ice sheet. What makes these incidents particularly chilling is not just how close America came to accidentally nuking itself or its allies, but what they reveal about the inherent dangers of maintaining a nuclear arsenal. Nuclear weapons, by their very nature, combine immense destructive power with complex systems of control and safeguards. The more complex a system becomes, the more points of potential failure it contains. And when the consequence of failure is measured in megatons, even a minuscule chance of an accident becomes a terrifying prospect. The fact that no accidental nuclear detonation has ever occurred is a testament to the engineering safeguards built into these weapons. Modern nuclear weapons incorporate multiple redundant safety systems, including insensitive high explosives that won't detonate in a crash, strong and weak link systems that physically separate critical components until specific conditions are met, and environmental sensing devices that prevent arming until the weapon experiences the exact conditions expected during an intentional launch. Yet despite these safeguards, the risk never reaches zero. Human error, mechanical failure, and unforeseen circumstances can combine in unpredictable ways to create situations that designers never anticipated. As former Defense Secretary Robert McNamara once observed, it's not that the bomb might explode by accident. The danger is that someone will think they have the authority to launch them intentionally. The full extent of nuclear accidents during the Cold War may never be known. Many incidents remain classified, their details hidden behind walls of government secrecy. What we do know suggests that the margin between safety and catastrophe has sometimes been frighteningly thin. And while technological improvements have made modern nuclear weapons safer than their predecessors, the fundamental challenge remains: how to maintain weapons of unimaginable destructive power without ever allowing them to be used by accident or miscalculation. Each broken arrow incident represents a moment when history could have taken a dramatically different turn, when entire cities might have been destroyed, and countless lives lost due to mechanical failure or human error. That none of these incidents resulted in a nuclear detonation may be partly due to good design, partly due to appropriate protocols, and partly due to extraordinary luck. It's a sobering reminder of the responsibility and risk that comes with possessing the most destructive weapons ever created, a responsibility that continues to this day as nuclear arsenals remain on alert around the world, waiting for orders that everyone hopes will never come. Australia has a long and storied history of waging war against its wildlife. From the infamous rabbit-proof fence built to combat the invasive European rabbit to the ongoing battle against cane toads, Australians have found themselves in conflict with various species that threaten their way of life. But perhaps no confrontation is more absurd, more uniquely Australian, than the Great Emu War of 1932. This wasn't a metaphorical war or a cleverly named pest control operation. This was a literal military campaign, complete with soldiers, machine guns, and official military reports. A campaign waged against an army of flightless birds that ended in a humiliating defeat for the humans involved. This is the story of how the Australian military lost a war to emus and the strange lessons that defeat imparted. To understand how Australia found itself at war with large flightless birds, we need to go back to the aftermath of the First World War. In the late 1920s, the Australian government implemented a program called Soldier Settlement, where veterans returning from the war were given parcels of land, often in Western Australia's marginal wheat-growing areas. The idea was noble enough, providing these veterans with an opportunity to make a living as farmers while simultaneously increasing Australia's agricultural output. But there was a problem, or rather, several problems. First, many of these veterans had little to no farming experience. Second, the land they were given was often poor quality, barely suitable for agriculture. And third, they began their new careers just as the Great Depression hit, sending wheat prices plummeting. But perhaps the most immediate problem facing these struggling veteran-turned farmers was an unexpected one: emus. Thousands and thousands of emus. The emu is Australia's largest native bird, standing up to 6 feet tall and weighing as much as 130 pounds. Despite being flightless, emus can sprint at speeds up to 30 miles per hour and are known for their remarkable endurance. They're also surprisingly intelligent for birds, with a knack for problem-solving and adapting to new situations. And in 1932, An estimated 20,000 emus decided that the newly cultivated farmlands of Western Australia would make an excellent feeding ground as they migrated inland after their breeding season. From the emu's perspective, this was simply a matter of survival. The farmers had cleared the land, planted wheat, and even helpfully installed water sources for their crops. To the emus, this was an all-you-can-eat buffet with convenient drinking fountains. From the farmer's perspective, however, this was a disaster. The emus trampled crops, left large gaps in fences that allowed rabbits and other pests to enter, and consumed vast quantities of the wheat these veterans were depending on for their livelihoods. Desperate for a solution, the farmers turned to their government for help. They didn't just want assistance, they wanted decisive military action. And as strange as it may seem today, their request was taken seriously. After all, these weren't just any farmers but war veterans who had served their country. If they said they needed military assistance to defend their livelihoods, surely they deserved it. And so it was that in November 1932, Major G.P.W. Meredith of the 7th Heavy Battery of the Royal Australian Artillery was dispatched to Campion, Western Australia, along with 2 soldiers, 2 Lewis machine guns, and 10,000 rounds of ammunition. Their mission, according to official records, was to collect 100 emu skins so that their feathers could be used to make hats for light horsemen. But that modest official goal barely disguised the true nature of the operation. This was to be a full-scale culling of the emu population, using military hardware and tactics against the birds. What could possibly go wrong? The first engagement of the Great Emu War took place on November 2, 1932. Settlers had reported a large flock of emus near Campion. Major Meredith set up an ambush, concealing his men and their machine guns along a dam where the emus were expected to gather. About 50 emus appeared, but they were annoyingly far from the soldiers' position. The military men decided to herd the birds into range, but the emus split into small groups and ran in different directions, making them difficult targets for the machine guns. Despite the chaos, a few dozen birds were killed in this first skirmish, but most escaped unharmed. The following day brought even greater frustration for Major Meredith and his men. This time, they encountered a flock of about 1,000 emus. The soldiers opened fire with their machine guns, but mechanical problems quickly developed. The guns jammed repeatedly, and by the time the firing stopped, only a dozen or so emus had been killed. The rest scattered, now wise to the loud, flashing danger the humans represented. Determined to improve their tactics, Meredith decided to mount one of the Lewis guns on a truck. The idea was simple: chase the emus at high speed while firing the machine gun. This mobile assault strategy might have worked if not for several critical factors: the rough terrain that made accurate shooting nearly impossible, the surprising speed of the emus, and their uncanny ability to change direction suddenly, leaving the truck to race past them. In one particularly humiliating episode, the gunner on the truck managed to kill a handful of birds, but the recoil of the machine gun was so strong that it damaged the vehicle's own bodywork. Meanwhile, the emus seemed to be developing counter-tactics of their own. As Major Meredith later reported with grudging admiration, the emus have proved that they are not so stupid as they are usually thought to be. Each mob has its leader, always the biggest and strongest bird, and while the leader charges our guns, his followers escape into the safety of the bush. By November 8, 6 days into the campaign, the soldiers had expended 2,500 rounds of ammunition. By Meredith's own estimate, this had resulted in the deaths of maybe 200 emus, which worked out to 12.5 rounds per confirmed kill, an efficiency rate that would be embarrassing in any military operation, let alone one against flightless birds. To make matters worse, the press was having a field day with the story. One journalist described the emus as employing guerrilla tactics, while another wrote that the machine gunner's dreams of point-blank fire into serried masses of emus were soon dissipated. The ridicule didn't stop at Australia's borders. News of the Emu War had traveled around the world, with newspapers as far away as London covering the story with barely concealed amusement. In the British House of Commons, a question was raised about the campaign, with one conservationist parliamentarian expressing concern about the crows. He had misheard emus being machine-gunned in Australia. Facing mounting criticism and limited success, the operation was suspended on November 8. Major Meredith and his men returned to Perth, having made barely a dent in the emu population. The official report tried to put a positive spin on the outcome, noting that 986 rounds of ammunition had killed 9 emus in the final days of the campaign. But there was no disguising the fact that the emus had won. They remained in the wheat belt, continuing to damage crops and fences, their numbers barely affected by the military action against them. But the farmers weren't ready to surrender. Their appeals to the government continued, and on November 13, Major Meredith and his men were sent back into the field for a second campaign. This time, they achieved somewhat better results, with Meredith claiming about 100 emus killed per week. But even this improved rate of success was ultimately inadequate against the vast numbers of birds. By December 10, the guns were withdrawn for good. The official report claimed 986 emus had been killed with 9,860 rounds of ammunition, exactly 10 rounds per bird, a figure so neat it has led some historians to question its accuracy. In the end, the Great Emu War was an embarrassing failure for the Australian military. Major Meredith, attempting to salvage some dignity from the debacle, reported that the emus could withstand an extraordinary amount of bullets. If we had a military division with the bullet-carrying capacity of these birds, it would face any army in the world. They could face machine guns with the invulnerability of tanks. The farmers, still desperate for a solution, turned to bounties rather than bullets. The government began offering rewards for emu kills, with 57,034 bounties claimed over a 6-month period in 1934. This approach proved far more effective than the military campaign, though it lacked the drama and headlines of machine guns versus birds. What makes this story more than just a humorous footnote in history is what it reveals about humanity's relationship with nature. The Great Emu War represents a particular mindset, one that saw environmental problems as enemies to be defeated through superior firepower rather than understood and managed. It was an approach rooted in the post-World War I mentality, where military solutions seemed appropriate for any challenge. The emus, of course, were simply doing what came naturally. They weren't invading enemy territory, they were adapting to changes in their environment. The land that had been transformed into wheat fields was part of their traditional range, and the modifications made by humans, clearing brush, planting food crops, providing water sources, inadvertently created ideal emu habitat. The birds were responding to opportunity, not launching an offensive. In the decades since the Great Emu War, Australia has developed more sophisticated approaches to wildlife management. The construction of barrier fences, similar to the rabbit-proof fence but designed to keep out larger animals, has proven more effective than machine guns. Today, there's a comprehensive emu management plan that focuses on sustainable control methods rather than eradication. The story of the Great Emu War has taken on a life of its own, becoming part of Australian folklore and internet culture. It's referenced in songs, memes, and even video games. There's something undeniably comical about the image of military men with machine guns being outmaneuvered by oversized birds. But beneath the humor lies a valuable lesson about respecting the resilience and adaptability of nature. Some historians argue that the Emu War wasn't really a failure of military tactics, but a failure of expectations. The emus weren't an army that could be defeated through a decisive battle. They were a species doing what was necessary to survive. No amount of machine gun fire could change the underlying ecological reality that had brought the emus to the wheat fields in the first place. In many ways, The Great Emu War foreshadowed more modern environmental conflicts. The same tensions between human development and wildlife needs continue to play out around the world, though usually without machine guns. Whether it's elephants raiding crops in Africa, wolves predating livestock in North America, or monkeys stealing food in urban India, humans constantly find themselves in conflict with animals that are simply adapting to a changing world. Perhaps the most remarkable aspect of the Emu War is how it entered public consciousness. In 1932, Australia was in the depths of the Great Depression. The country was still recovering from the trauma of the First World War and would soon be facing the threat of the Second. Yet amidst all this serious history, the image of soldiers waging war against flightless birds captured imaginations around the world, becoming one of the most enduring stories from that era of Australian history. The emus themselves have fared well in the decades since their victory. While no longer present in the vast numbers seen in the 1930s, the emu population remains healthy, with the species listed as least concern on conservation status reports. They continue to be a distinctive feature of the Australian outback, their distinctive silhouettes instantly recognizable against the horizon. For the soldier settlers who requested military assistance against the emus, the outcome was more mixed. Many eventually abandoned their farms, defeated not just by emus but by poor soil, drought, and economic hardship. The soldier settlement scheme, while well-intentioned, proved to be poorly executed in many areas, placing veterans in situations where success was nearly impossible regardless of wildlife interference. The Great Emu War stands as a monument to human hubris, a reminder that nature cannot always be subdued by force. It's a lesson that resonates today as we face environmental challenges far greater than marauding emus. Climate change, habitat loss, and species extinction pose threats that can't be solved with machine guns or military tactics. They require understanding, adaptation, and a recognition that we are part of nature, not separate from it. In a world increasingly dominated by human activity, the story of the emu's victory serves as a humbling reminder that sometimes, despite all our technology and tactical thinking, the birds still win. And perhaps, in certain cases, that's exactly as it should be. So the next time you face a seemingly insurmountable challenge, remember the Great Emu War. If the Australian military with machine guns couldn't defeat a bunch of flightless birds, maybe your problem isn't as hopeless as it seems. Or maybe it is, and like Major Meredith, you simply need to recognize when it's time to try a different approach. Either way, the emus have something to teach us about persistence, adaptability, and the occasional folly of human overconfidence. In the vast wilderness of northern Canada, where winter temperatures can plummet to negative 40 degrees Celsius and summer days stretch into endless twilight, strange things can happen. Places can feel detached from the rest of the world, isolated not just by distance, but by an eerie sense of being outside of time itself. It's in these remote regions where some stories take root, stories that blur the line between documented fact and chilling mystery. And few tales are as persistently unsettling as what allegedly happened at Lake Angikuni in November of 1930. The story begins with a Canadian fur trapper named Joe Labelle, an experienced woodsman who knew the brutal northern territories better than most. Labelle had been making his way through the Kivalliq region of what is now Nunavut. He was familiar with this area, having traded with the local Inuit community near Lake Angikuni several times before. As the story goes, Labelle arrived at the small village expecting to find about 30 people going about their daily lives, hunting, cooking, preparing for the harsh winter ahead. But what he found instead was absolute silence. The kind of silence that feels wrong, that makes the hairs on the back of your neck stand up. The village appeared intact at first glance, the small dwelling still standing, kayaks lined up along the shore as if ready to be used. Cooking pots still hung over long-extinguished fires, some even containing the remnants of meals that had never been finished. In some homes, clothing and tools had been left behind. the kinds of personal possessions that would never willingly be abandoned, especially not in such an unforgiving environment where every item meant survival. But of the villagers themselves, men, women, children, there wasn't a single trace. Every human resident had vanished without explanation. As Labelle investigated further, the mystery only deepened. The community's food stores were still fully stocked. In the Arctic, no one abandons their food supply. It would be equivalent to signing your own death warrant. The rifles that the villagers used for hunting, crucial tools for survival, were still leaning against the walls of their homes. Even more disturbing, according to Labelle's account, was the discovery that graves in the village burial ground had been emptied, the bodies apparently removed from their final resting places. But the detail that has perhaps become most associated with the Angikuni mystery was the dogs. The village's sled dogs, essential for transportation and hunting in the Arctic, were found dead. Reports claimed they had been tied up and had starved to death. But why would anyone leave their dogs behind, tethered and helpless, if they were planning to leave? It simply made no sense. Deeply disturbed by what he'd found, Labelle traveled to the nearest Royal Canadian Mounted Police outpost to report the disappearance. The authorities investigated, and soon the story began to spread, eventually reaching journalist Frank Edwards, who featured it in his 1959 book, Stranger Than Science. Once in print, the tale of the vanishing village took on a life of its own. Theories about what happened at Lake Angikuni range from the plausible to the fantastic. Some suggest that famine, disease, or some other natural disaster forced the villagers to leave quickly, though this doesn't explain why they would abandon their food, tools, and other survival gear. Others propose that the harsh northern elements could have played a role. Perhaps a sudden storm or avalanche caught the villagers away from the settlement. But again, where were the bodies? More ominous explanations have been suggested as well. Could there have been violence? Perhaps an attack from another group or internal conflict that scattered the community. But there were no signs of struggle, no evidence of bloodshed or conflict. The village appeared to have been peacefully abandoned, as if in the middle of an ordinary day, everyone simply stood up and walked away. And then there are the theories that drift into more supernatural territory. Some have suggested alien abduction, pointing to reports of strange lights in the sky around the time of the disappearance. Others speak of ancient spirits or entities from Inuit mythology that might have called the villagers away. These explanations may seem far-fetched, but in the absence of concrete answers, they've found fertile ground in the imagination of those fascinated by the case. What makes the Angikuni mystery particularly compelling is how it plays on universal fears. The fear of unexplained disappearance, of entire communities vanishing without trace or explanation, leaving behind only silent testaments to lives suddenly interrupted. There's something uniquely disturbing about the image of meals left half-eaten, beds left still warm, as if the normal flow of life was suddenly and inexplicably severed. But here's where the story takes an unexpected turn. While the tale of the vanishing village has been repeated countless times in books, articles, and television shows about unsolved mysteries, many historians and researchers now question whether it happened at all, at least in the dramatic fashion that's been described. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police have no record of the investigation that supposedly followed Labelle's report. No official documentation of a mass disappearance in the region exists from that time period. Furthermore, anthropologists familiar with Inuit settlements point out that some elements of the story don't match typical village arrangements or cultural practices of the indigenous people in the area. Some skeptics suggest that the entire incident may have been an exaggerated account that grew with each retelling, perhaps based on a real but less dramatic event. Maybe Labelle did find an abandoned settlement, but one that had been deliberately left behind, as its inhabitants followed seasonal migration patterns or relocated for other practical reasons. The emptied graves, the starving dogs, the half-eaten meals, These more sensational details may have been embellishments added later as the story passed from person to person. Others point to similar tales of mysterious disappearances that have emerged from remote regions around the world, from the Lost Colony of Roanoke in early American history to various accounts of abandoned ships found drifting at sea. Perhaps the Angikuni story is our cultural memory's way of processing the inherent uncertainty and danger of frontier life, the vulnerability of human communities in the face of a vast and often hostile wilderness. Yet even those who doubt the literal truth of the story as it's commonly told acknowledge that strange and unexplained things do happen in remote regions. The Canadian North, with its extreme isolation and harsh conditions, has been the setting for many well-documented disappearances and tragedies. The difference is that most leave at least some clue as to what occurred. What if something did happen at Lake Angikuni, something that defies conventional explanation? What if somewhere in the story, beneath the layers of embellishment and retelling, lies a kernel of truth about an event that we simply cannot explain with our current understanding of the world? The power of the Angikuni mystery lies in this uncertainty, in the space it creates for possibility and wonder. It reminds us that despite all our technological advances and scientific knowledge, there are still corners of our world where strange things can happen, where people can step away from their everyday lives and seemingly vanish from the face of the earth. And perhaps that's why we continue to be fascinated by such stories. In a world that sometimes feels entirely mapped, monitored, and explained, the thought that genuine mysteries can still exist, events that cannot be easily categorized or understood, holds a strange appeal. The vanishing village of Lake Angikuni may or may not have happened exactly as the story tells it, but the questions it raises about our vulnerability in the face of the unknown remain as relevant and unsettling as ever. So the next time you find yourself in a remote place, far from the safety and certainty of civilization, you might remember the village at Lake Angikuni and wonder what other mysteries the vast wilderness might still hold, waiting to be discovered, or perhaps waiting to remain forever unexplained. On a cold, windy November day in 1970, the residents of Florence, Oregon faced a problem that no handbook, training manual, or government contingency plan had prepared them for. An 8-ton, 45-foot sperm whale had washed up on their beach and died. Now, a deceased whale might not sound like an emergency situation, sad certainly, but not necessarily a crisis. But as anyone who has encountered a large marine mammal carcass can tell you, what happens next is a ticking time bomb of decomposition. And that's where this story truly begins, with a massive whale corpse, a concerned community, and a solution that would become one of the most bizarre incidents in American public works history. The whale had been dead for some time when it washed ashore, and decomposition was already well underway. As bacteria inside the whale's body continued to break down tissue, they produced gases that had nowhere to escape. The carcass was essentially a giant, slowly inflating balloon of methane and other noxious gases. Making matters worse, curious beachgoers were climbing on the carcass, an incredibly dangerous activity given that the bloated whale could rupture at any moment, potentially causing injury with explosive force. Local officials found themselves in unfamiliar territory. Burying the whale wasn't an option. The tide would simply uncover it. Burning it would create an unholy stench and potentially an uncontrollable fire. Cutting it up and removing it piece by piece would be a biohazardous nightmare. And so, the Oregon State Highway Division was called in to handle the situation. After careful consideration, they arrived at what seemed at the time to be a reasonable solution. They would blast the whale to smithereens with dynamite. The logic behind this decision, while questionable in retrospect, wasn't entirely without merit. Engineers theorized that the explosion would disintegrate most of the whale into small pieces that seagulls and other scavengers could quickly clean up. Any remaining large chunks could be more easily handled than the whole carcass. George Thornton, the highway engineer in charge of the operation, explained to a local news reporter, "Well, I'm confident that it'll work. The only thing is, we're not sure how much explosives it will take to disintegrate this animal." That uncertainty should have been a red flag. Nevertheless, on November 12, 1970, the operation proceeded. A half-ton of dynamite, that's 1,000 pounds, was positioned on the landward side of the whale. The idea was to direct the force of the explosion toward the ocean. Spectators and officials were moved back a quarter of a mile, which seemed like a safe distance. Local cameraman Doug Brazil was on scene for KATU News, capturing what was about to become one of the most infamous events in Oregon history. At 3:30 in the afternoon, the plunger was pushed. What happened next has been immortalized on film and has since become a legendary piece of American folklore. The explosion was massive. A huge plume of water, whale blubber, and viscera shot into the air. But contrary to the careful calculations of the highway engineers, the whale did not disintegrate into seagull-sized morsels. Instead, massive chunks of whale blubber, some weighing several hundred pounds, were launched high into the air and came raining down on spectators, officials, cars, and the surrounding beach. The blast crater left behind was indeed impressive, but most of the whale remained intact. Veteran reporter Paul Lindman, who was covering the event for KATU, narrowly avoided being hit by flying blubber himself. His deadpan narration of the aftermath has become legendary. The humor of the entire situation suddenly gave way to a run for survival as huge chunks of whale blubber fell everywhere. He continued, "Blubber was blasted beyond all believable bounds." The camera pans to show cars crushed by whale parts and people running for cover as blubber continues to rain down. One piece of blubber, the size of a coffee table, crushed the roof of a brand-new Oldsmobile owned by Walter Humenhofer, who had parked just beyond what officials had deemed the safety zone. In a twist of ironic fate, Humenhofer had just purchased the car from a dealership that had advertised it as a whale of a deal. As the dust and whale particles settled, it became clear that the operation had been a catastrophic misjudgment. Rather than solving the problem, they had transformed a stationary whale carcass into a wide-ranging distribution of rapidly decomposing whale parts. The stench, which had been confined to the immediate area of the beach, now permeated a much larger area. And the remaining whale pieces still had to be dealt with, now, with the added complication of being scattered across the beach and surrounding areas. Highway workers spent hours cleaning up the mess, burying whale parts that hadn't been launched into the stratosphere, and dealing with the aftermath of their explosive solution. Meanwhile, seagulls, which engineers had counted on to clean up small pieces of whale, were nowhere to be seen. Apparently, even they had more sense than to approach the scene of such carnage. The story might have remained a local embarrassment, confined to the coastal community of Florence, if not for the news footage. But Lindman's report, with its matter-of-fact narration and incredible visuals, ensured this incident would live on. However, it wasn't until the early days of the internet that the exploding whale truly achieved legendary status. In 1990, humorist Dave Barry wrote about the incident in his nationally syndicated column, bringing it to a wider audience. Then, as early internet users began sharing weird and wonderful stories, the tale of Oregon's exploding whale found new life. By 1994, the video had become one of the first viral phenomena of the internet age, being shared via email and early websites. Many viewers initially believed it to be a hoax. Surely no government agency would actually think dynamiting a whale was a good idea. But the footage doesn't lie. The exploding whale was very, very real. In the years since, the incident has been referenced in popular culture, used as a case study in engineering and project management courses, specifically as an example of what not to do, and remains one of the most requested news clips in Oregon television history. The Oregon State Highway Division, later renamed the Oregon Department of Transportation, has never been allowed to forget their whale explosion. For years afterward, any time they were faced with a difficult problem, someone would inevitably ask, "You're not going to blow it up, are you?" There are several lessons to be learned from the exploding whale fiasco. First, sometimes the simplest solution isn't the best one. Second, when dealing with an unprecedented situation, it might be wise to consult experts in relevant fields. Marine biologists, in this case, might have had better suggestions than highway engineers. And perhaps most importantly, when your plan involves a half-ton of dynamite, double-check your calculations. Interestingly, despite the spectacular failure of the Florence whale explosion, similar methods have occasionally been used elsewhere, though usually with much smaller amounts of explosives and in more remote locations. The technique, when done properly, can help accelerate the natural decomposition process by opening up the carcass. But no one has ever again attempted anything on the scale of the 1970 Florence event. In 2016, 46 years after the explosion, Florence acknowledged this unusual piece of local history by dedicating a new riverside park as Exploding Whale Memorial Park. The community has come to embrace what was once an embarrassing incident as part of their unique cultural heritage. As for George Thornton, the engineer who made the fateful decision, he went on to have a long career with the Highway Division, though he reportedly grew tired of being asked about the whale. When a reporter called him on the 20th anniversary of the incident, he allegedly responded, "I don't want to talk about it. It was a learning experience. I'm going to retire from the Highway Division in 10 days, and I've had enough of this." The exploding whale stands as a testament to human ingenuity, hubris, and occasional absurdity in the face of unusual problems. It reminds us that sometimes, even with the best intentions and careful planning, things can go spectacularly wrong. And when they do, the best we can hope for is that no one gets hurt, everyone gets a good story, and perhaps most importantly, someone has a camera rolling to capture it all for posterity. As Paul Linman concluded in his now famous report, it might be noted that the entire exercise was to remove a health hazard. However, as it turns out, the blast blasted blubber beyond all believable bounds. Indeed it did, Paul. Indeed it did. In the annals of strange military campaigns, few are as bizarrely conceived yet consequential as France's attempt to establish dominance in Mexico in the 1860s. A conflict that would eventually involve pastry chefs and become known to history as the Pastry War. But despite its whimsical name, this was no lighthearted affair. It was a serious international incident that began with looted bakeries and ended with foreign occupation, imperial dreams, and ultimately, execution by firing squad. To understand how France ended up launching a military invasion over pastries, we need to go back to 1838. Mexico had been independent from Spain for less than 2 decades and was experiencing the political instability typical of many newly formed nations. During a period of civil unrest in Mexico City, rioters and looters targeted many businesses, including a pastry shop owned by a French baker named Remontel. Now, this wasn't just any baker. Remontel had established himself as a master pastry chef whose shop had become popular among Mexico City's elite. The exact details of what happened during the looting vary depending on which account you read, but what's clear is that Remontel's shop was thoroughly ransacked. Equipment was destroyed, goods were stolen, and the premises were left in shambles. In ordinary circumstances, this might have been resolved through local legal channels. But Mexico's judicial system at the time was overwhelmed and often ineffective. After attempting to seek compensation through Mexican courts without success, Remontel did what many Europeans living abroad did when faced with problems in former colonies. He appealed directly to his home government. Remontel returned to France and petitioned King Louis Philippe, claiming damages of 60,000 pesos, an enormous sum at the time, estimated to be worth about $800,000 in today's money. To put this in perspective, The annual salary of a Mexican worker at the time might have been around 100 pesos. Was a pastry shop, even a very good one, worth 60,000 pesos? Almost certainly not. But Remontal's claim came at a politically opportune moment. France had been watching the development of independent Latin American nations with great interest. While Spain and Portugal's colonial power had waned, France saw an opportunity to establish influence in the region. Additionally, Mexico had defaulted on numerous loans from European powers, including France. The French government had been looking for leverage to force Mexico to pay these debts, and Remontal's petition provided a convenient pretext. France also had another reason to assert itself. Several other French citizens had submitted claims for damages suffered during Mexico's various uprisings and civil conflicts, totaling around 600,000 pesos. Combining all these claims, along with the interest on unpaid loans, France demanded compensation of 600,000 pesos from the Mexican government. President Anastasio Bustamante of Mexico rejected the demands. From his perspective, the claims were wildly exaggerated, and more importantly, they constituted foreign interference in Mexico's internal affairs. This rejection played directly into France's hands, giving them the excuse they needed to take more direct action. In 1838, France dispatched a fleet to the Gulf of Mexico under the command of Admiral Charles Baudin. The fleet blockaded the port city of Veracruz, effectively strangling Mexican commerce. When the blockade failed to persuade Mexico to pay, the French escalated by bombarding the fortress of San Juan de Ulua, which guarded the harbor of Veracruz. After a brief but intense bombardment, the fortress fell to the French. Mexican forces, led by General Antonio Lopez de Santa Anna, the same commander who had defeated the Texans at the Alamo just 2 years earlier, attempted to repel the French invaders. In the ensuing battle, Santa Anna lost his leg to a French cannonball, creating a peculiar footnote in history. Santa Anna would later have his severed leg paraded through Mexico City and eventually buried with full military honors. The leg became a symbol of Mexican resistance to foreign intervention, though Santa Anna's reputation would later suffer due to his numerous political reversals. The conflict, which had begun over a pastry shop, was now a full-scale international incident. The United States and Great Britain, concerned about European military action in the Western Hemisphere but unwilling to directly intervene, pressured both sides to negotiate. Eventually, with British mediation, Mexico agreed to pay the 600,000 pesos. The French fleet withdrew, and the immediate crisis was resolved by March 1839. But if you think the story ends there, you'd be missing the most extraordinary part of this bizarre historical episode. The Pastry War had far-reaching consequences that would shape the destiny of Mexico for decades to come. Having established that military intervention could successfully extract concessions from Mexico, European powers became more emboldened in their dealings with the young nation. The British, Spanish, and French governments began to coordinate their efforts to collect debts and advance their interests in Mexico. This culminated in 1861, when these three powers signed the Convention of London, agreeing to send a joint military force to Mexico to collect unpaid debts. The initial tripartite intervention began peacefully enough, but it soon became apparent that French Emperor Napoleon III had ambitions far beyond debt collection. While Britain and Spain negotiated settlements and withdrew their forces, France increased its military presence and marched inland toward Mexico City. Napoleon III had conceived a grand plan to establish a French-backed monarchy in Mexico, a strategic move to counter growing American influence and secure French access to Mexican resources. This second French intervention, a direct outgrowth of the precedent set by the Pastry War, led to the installation of Archduke Maximilian of Austria as Emperor of Mexico in 1864. Maximilian, a Habsburg prince and brother of Austrian Emperor Franz Joseph, was convinced to accept the Mexican crown by Napoleon III, who promised him the full support of French troops. What followed was a tragic episode in both French and Mexican history. While Maximilian had liberal ideals and genuinely wanted to help the Mexican people, he was seen as a foreign puppet by many Mexicans. Republican forces led by Benito Juarez continued to resist the imperial government, waging a guerrilla campaign against French occupation. The timing of Napoleon's Mexican adventure proved disastrous. Just as the French-backed regime was trying to establish itself, the American Civil War ended in 1865. The United States, now able to turn its attention to foreign affairs, invoked the Monroe Doctrine and began providing military aid to Juarez's Republican forces while pressuring France to withdraw. Facing mounting costs in Mexico and growing Prussian power in Europe, Napoleon III decided to cut his losses. French troops withdrew in 1867, leaving Emperor Maximilian without his main source of military support. Republican forces quickly gained the upper hand, capturing Maximilian in Querétaro. Despite international pleas for clemency, including one from Victor Hugo, Juarez ordered Maximilian's execution. On June 19, 1867, Maximilian faced a firing squad alongside two of his loyal Mexican generals. His last words were reportedly, "I forgive everyone, and I ask everyone to forgive me. May my blood, which is about to be shed, be for the good of the country. Long live Mexico, long live independence." The execution was immortalized in Edouard Manet's famous painting, The Execution of Emperor Maximilian, which highlighted the brutal conclusion of France's imperial ambitions in Mexico. So there you have it, a story that began with a looted pastry shop escalated into an international conflict, provided the precedent for a full-scale invasion, led to the brief establishment of a European monarchy in North America, and ended with an execution that shocked the world. All because a French baker named Remontel made claims that were too good for the French government to pass up. This strange episode teaches us several things about history. First, major historical events often have surprisingly small or even absurd triggers. In this case, a dispute over pastries. Second, powerful nations have often used trivial incidents as pretexts for actions they already wanted to take. And third, imperial adventures, no matter how well-intentioned, usually end badly for everyone involved. The Pastry War and its aftermath also had lasting effects on Mexican national identity. The successful resistance against foreign occupation became a point of pride and contributed to the rise of Mexican nationalism. Benito Juarez, who maintained the legitimate Republican government throughout the French intervention, is revered as one of Mexico's greatest heroes. And Cinco de Mayo, which celebrates an early Mexican victory against French forces at the Battle of Puebla in 1862, has become an important commemoration of Mexican resilience against foreign intervention. As for France, the Mexican adventure is remembered as one of Napoleon III's greatest blunders, a costly distraction that weakened France at a crucial moment in European power politics. Just 3 years after abandoning Mexico, France would suffer a devastating defeat in the Franco-Prussian War, leading to the collapse of Napoleon's Second Empire. And what of Remontel, the baker whose petition started it all? History has largely forgotten him. We don't know if he ever received compensation for his destroyed pastry shop, or what he thought about the international conflict that erupted from his complaint. But his story lives on as one of history's strangest examples of how small events can cascade into major historical turning points, and as a reminder that in international relations, as in baking, the ingredients you start with may create something entirely unexpected in the end. In the gallery of strange and capricious Roman emperors, Caligula stands out as perhaps the most notorious. His brief reign from 37 to 41 CE has become synonymous with madness, cruelty, and excess. While many tales of his behavior may have been exaggerated by historians with political agendas, One story in particular has captured the imagination of successive generations. The time when the most powerful man in the Western world allegedly declared war on the god of the sea, Neptune himself, and ordered his soldiers to attack the waves. To understand how the ruler of the mightiest empire on earth could end up commanding legionaries to stab the ocean, we need to look at the extraordinary circumstances of Caligula's life and rise to power. Born Gaius Julius Caesar Augustus Germanicus in 12 CE, he acquired the nickname Caligula, meaning little boot, as a child while accompanying his father Germanicus on military campaigns. The soldiers were amused by the sight of the boy dressed in a miniature soldier's uniform, complete with small boots or caligae. Caligula's early life was marked by trauma and violence. By the time he was 24, most of his family had been eliminated through exile, murder, or forced suicide, casualties of the dangerous politics surrounding the imperial throne. His father Germanicus, beloved by the Roman people and considered the natural heir to Emperor Tiberius, died under suspicious circumstances when Caligula was just 7. His mother and 2 brothers were later imprisoned by Tiberius, where they perished. Caligula himself spent his formative years essentially as a hostage in Tiberius's household on the island of Capri, watching as the aging emperor grew increasingly paranoid and brutal. When Tiberius finally died in 37 CE, the Roman people greeted Caligula's ascension with jubilation. Young, charismatic, and the last surviving son of the popular Germanicus, Caligula represented a fresh start after the reclusive and grim final years of Tiberius's reign. The first months of his rule seemed to confirm these hopes, as he recalled exiles, eliminated an unpopular tax, and hosted lavish public games. But something changed. Ancient sources describe a serious illness about 6 months into his reign that seems to have marked a turning point. After his recovery, Caligula's behavior reportedly became erratic and increasingly despotic. Whether this illness caused neurological damage, as some modern historians have speculated, or whether the near-death experience simply unleashed the darker impulses of a young man who had witnessed and survived the murderous politics of imperial Rome, is impossible to know with certainty. What followed was a reign characterized by excess, cruelty, and what appears to be increasingly grandiose delusions. Caligula began to insist on being treated as a living god. He appeared in public dressed as various deities, including Venus, Diana, and Apollo. He supposedly appointed his horse, Incitatus, as a consul or priest, though this may be an exaggeration by later historians seeking to emphasize his madness. He embarked on enormous construction projects, including 2 massive ships on Lake Nemi that were essentially floating palaces, and his sexual excesses, including alleged incest with his sisters, scandalized even the Romans, who were hardly prudes by modern standards. It was against this backdrop that, in the year 40 CE, Caligula launched a military campaign against the northern tribes in Germania and Britannia. This should have been a significant military undertaking to extend Roman control over territories that had successfully resisted previous conquest attempts. Indeed, Caligula assembled a massive force of over 200,000 men along the northern coast of Gaul. But then something strange happened. Instead of launching the expected invasion of Britain, Caligula ordered his men to line up on the beach facing the English Channel. According to the Roman historian Suetonius, the emperor then commanded his soldiers to collect seashells, which he referred to as spoils of the ocean. The legionaries, trained for battle against human enemies, found themselves gathering shells into their helmets and tunic folds under the bizarre orders of their emperor. Some accounts go even further, claiming that Caligula ordered his men to attack the waves with their swords and javelins, as if they were fighting against Neptune himself. He allegedly proclaimed, "The sea is subject to me, as I am master of the land. Therefore the sea also must pay its respects, but as it appears unwilling to do so, we will punish it." Having defeated the sea god, Caligula apparently declared victory, ordered a triumphal lighthouse to be built on the site, and had his troops return to Rome, without ever actually crossing the Channel to invade Britain. He then reportedly awarded himself a triumph and displayed the seashells as spoils of war in the imperial palace. At first glance, this episode seems to confirm the traditional view of Caligula as completely unhinged, a man so divorced from reality that he would wage war on a god and an ocean. But historians have offered several alternative interpretations that might make more sense of this bizarre incident. One theory suggests that the whole event was a calculated humiliation of the army. Caligula had uncovered a plot against him involving several senior military commanders just before this campaign. By forcing his legions to collect seashells instead of winning glory in battle, he may have been deliberately shamming them and demonstrating his absolute power over even Rome's most prestigious institution. Another interpretation views the seashell gathering as a symbolic gesture. The Latin word for seashells, musculi, was also military slang for a type of small boat. Some historians suggest that Caligula may have been conducting a naval exercise or reconnaissance mission that was misinterpreted or deliberately misrepresented by later historians hostile to his memory. A third possibility is that the episode was a form of theater meant to emphasize Caligula's divine status. By demonstrating control over the sea and defeating Neptune, he was asserting his own godhood in a way that would have resonated with Roman religious beliefs. The Romans, after all, had a long tradition of identifying their emperors with gods. Perhaps the most prosaic explanation is simply that the planned invasion of Britain faced logistical problems or unfavorable weather, and Caligula, unwilling to admit defeat, created this bizarre spectacle as a face-saving measure. The collection of seashells could then be interpreted as a typical example of imperial spin, an attempt to reframe a military setback as a symbolic victory. Whatever the truth behind this strange incident, it served later historians well as evidence of Caligula's madness. After his assassination in 41 CE by his own Praetorian Guard, there was a concerted effort to portray his reign as an aberration, a brief descent into tyranny between the more stable rules of Tiberius and Claudius. Stories like the war against Neptune helped cement this narrative. The Roman Senate enacted a damnatio memoriae, an attempt to erase Caligula from history by destroying his statues, melting down his coins, and striking his name from public records. Yet paradoxically, by trying to erase him, they ensured that the stories of his excesses and possible madness would fascinate people for millennia to come. Today, neurologists and historians have suggested various medical explanations for Caligula's behavior, ranging from temporal lobe epilepsy to thyroid disorder to the effects of a syphilitic infection. Others point to the psychological trauma of his early life, the corrupting effect of absolute power, or simply the pressures of ruling an empire at such a young age. Some revisionist historians argue that Caligula may not have been clinically insane at all, but rather a ruthless autocrat whose actions were deliberately misrepresented by senatorial historians writing after his death. What we do know is that within 4 years of taking power as Rome's great hope, Caligula had made enough enemies to ensure his violent end. On January 24, 41 CE, he was stabbed to death by officers of the Praetorian Guard, along with members of the Senate and imperial court. His wife and infant daughter were also killed, and his uncle Claudius, long dismissed as a fool, was elevated to emperor in his place. The story of Caligula's war against Neptune serves as a powerful reminder of how fragile the distinction between power and madness can be. When a single individual holds absolute authority, the normal constraints on behavior disappear. Who would dare tell an emperor that collecting seashells was not a suitable activity for Rome's legions? Who would risk correcting a man who could order executions on a whim? Perhaps the true lesson of Caligula's strange war isn't about the madness of one man, but about the dangers of systems that place unlimited power in the hands of any individual, no matter how initially promising they might seem. As the Roman historian Tacitus observed, power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Whether Caligula truly believed he could defeat the god of the sea or was simply engaged in elaborate political theater, his bizarre confrontation with Neptune has secured him a place in the pantheon of history's most eccentric rulers. A cautionary tale about power without restraint, ambition without limit, and perhaps a mind without anchor. And as for those seashells collected by Rome's finest legionaries, they've been lost to time, like so many of the real truths about one of history's most enigmatic and troubling figures. But the image of armored soldiers stabbing at waves and gathering shells under the manic gaze of their emperor remains, a perfect distillation of the thin line between the sublime and the ridiculous that runs through so much of human history. There are moments in history that seem almost too strange to be true events that make you wonder if someone was playing an elaborate joke on future historians. And yet, sometimes the most bizarre stories are the ones with the strongest evidence behind them. One such event involves none other than Napoleon Bonaparte, one of history's greatest military strategists, a man who conquered nearly all of Europe, and a figure who struck fear into the hearts of his enemies. But there was one enemy that this legendary commander couldn't defeat: an army of fluffy bunnies. The year was 1807. Napoleon was at the height of his power. He had just signed the treaties of Tilsit, effectively making peace with Russia and cementing French dominance across continental Europe. To celebrate this diplomatic victory, Napoleon decided to host a rabbit hunt. After all, what better way for a conquering emperor to relax than to pursue some harmless game in the countryside? The hunt was carefully planned by Napoleon's chief of staff, Alexander Berthier. This wasn't going to be just any hunting expedition. It was to be a grand affair befitting an emperor. Nobles and military officials were invited, servants were dispatched, and most importantly, rabbits were gathered. Lots of rabbits. Some accounts suggest that Berthier ordered hundreds, perhaps even thousands of rabbits for the occasion. These weren't wild hares trapped in the surrounding forests. No, these were domesticated rabbits, purchased from local farmers and brought to the hunting grounds in cages. And therein lay the problem. On the day of the hunt, the stage was set. Napoleon and his men arrived at the field, dressed in their hunting attire, weapons ready. The cages containing the rabbits were positioned around the clearing. At the signal, servants opened the cages, expecting the rabbits to scatter in fear, providing the hunters with moving targets. But something unexpected happened. Instead of running away from the hunting party, the rabbits charged directly toward them. Picture this scene: the Emperor of France, conqueror of nations, standing bewildered as hundreds of fluffy bunnies hopped determinedly in his direction. At first, Napoleon and his companions might have been amused. Perhaps they laughed at the strange behavior of these creatures, but amusement quickly turned to confusion and then to alarm as the rabbits swarmed around them. The rabbits, rather than seeing Napoleon as a predator, saw him as a provider. These were not wild rabbits, accustomed to fleeing from humans. These were farm-raised bunnies, conditioned to associate humans with food. When they were released from their cages, they didn't see feared hunters, they saw dinner servers. As the furry horde closed in, Napoleon reportedly tried to shoo them away with his riding crop. But his efforts were in vain. The rabbits were undeterred. Some accounts claim they began climbing up his legs, perhaps hopping to reach the food they assumed he carried. Napoleon's men tried to help, swatting at the rabbits with sticks and the flats of their swords, but there were simply too many. The situation quickly devolved from a dignified imperial hunt into something resembling a slapstick comedy. Napoleon, the man who had faced down cannon fire and cavalry charges without flinching, was forced to retreat. The Emperor of France, along with his entourage, allegedly fled to their carriages, pursued by the relentless rabbits. Even as they reached their carriages, the rabbits didn't give up. Some stories suggest that the determined bunnies chased the carriages for a distance as they rolled away, finally accepting defeat only when their short legs could no longer keep pace with the horses. The emperor who had conquered most of Europe had been driven from the field by an army of rabbits. This bizarre incident raises several questions. How accurate is this story? Could rabbits really behave this way? And how did Napoleon, a man obsessed with his public image, react to such an embarrassing defeat? Historical accounts of the incident vary in their details, but the core story appears in several contemporary sources. While some aspects may have been embellished over time, as often happens with stories involving famous figures, the basic event is generally accepted by historians. As for the behavior of the rabbits, animal behaviorists confirm that domesticated rabbits associate humans with food and might indeed approach rather than flee. The mistake was using farm rabbits instead of wild hares, which would have behaved as expected during a hunt. As for Napoleon's reaction, it said he was furious about the incident. Napoleon was notoriously sensitive about his public image and went to great lengths to control how he was portrayed in art and media. A story about him being chased by rabbits would have been deeply humiliating. It's perhaps unsurprising that this event isn't prominently featured in official histories of his reign. Some historians have even suggested that Alexander Berthier, the organizer of the hunt, may have fallen from favor after this debacle. While Berthier remained in Napoleon's service, the rabbit fiasco certainly wouldn't have helped his standing with the emperor. What makes this story particularly fascinating is the juxtaposition of the mighty Napoleon, who commanded armies of thousands, and whose decisions shaped the fate of nations, being utterly defeated by creatures that symbolized timidity and harmlessness. The man who faced down the combined might of multiple European powers was undone by a few hundred hungry bunnies. It's a reminder that even the most powerful individuals can find themselves in situations beyond their control, and that sometimes history's greatest ironies come from the most unexpected sources. Napoleon, master of the battlefield, defeated by an army he never expected to face. Perhaps there's a lesson here about the unpredictability of life, or about the dangers of underestimating seemingly harmless opponents. Or maybe it's simply one of history's most bizarre and humbling moments, a story that reminds us that no matter how great our achievements, we are all vulnerable to the unexpected, even if it comes in the form of fluffy, long-eared creatures simply looking for their next meal. The image of Napoleon Bonaparte, the little corporal who crowned himself emperor, frantically swatting at advancing rabbits and ultimately retreating in disarray, offers something rare in historical studies, a moment of pure, unintentional comedy in the life of one of history's most serious figures. In the grand narrative of Napoleon's life, his rise from obscurity, his military genius, his crowning as emperor, his disastrous Russian campaign, and his final exile, the rabbit incident is merely a footnote. But it's the kind of footnote that humanizes a historical giant, reminding us that behind the grand portraits and stirring speeches, even the most powerful figures in history were still just people, as vulnerable to life's absurdities as anyone else. So the next time you see a rabbit, perhaps spare a thought for the Emperor Napoleon, who discovered in the most unexpected way that not all battles can be won through strategic brilliance and military might. Sometimes, the fluffy opponents are the most formidable of all. But not all strange historical events involve emperors and animals. Sometimes the most extraordinary stories come from ordinary people facing extraordinary circumstances, and few circumstances are more restrictive than prison, unless, of course, you have determination, creativity, and a wooden spoon. In the annals of prison escapes, there are tales that seem to defy belief. Stories of tunnels dug with primitive tools, of walls scaled under cover of darkness, of identities swapped and guards fooled. But perhaps none is as improbable as the escape of Pascal Payet, a French criminal who proved that sometimes the simplest tools can accomplish the most extraordinary feats. Imagine being locked in a cell surrounded by concrete walls several feet thick, watched constantly by armed guards, with every movement monitored and recorded. Now imagine breaking free from this seemingly impenetrable fortress using nothing more than a wooden spoon. It sounds impossible, like something from a Hollywood movie too far-fetched to be believed. Yet this is exactly what Pascal Payet managed to accomplish, not once, but as part of multiple daring escapes that would cement his name in the history of prison breaks. Payet's story begins in the late 1990s. He was no ordinary criminal. As the mastermind behind a series of armed robberies across southern France, Payet had earned himself a place among France's most wanted criminals. His specialty was attacking armored cars, operations that required meticulous planning and split-second timing. These same skills would serve him well when planning his escapes. In 1997, Payet was finally captured and sentenced to a 30-year prison term for his role in the murder of a security guard during one of his heists. He was incarcerated in the high-security lines prison near Aix-en-Provence, a facility designed specifically to hold dangerous criminals like him. The prison authorities thought they had Payet securely locked away. They were wrong. From the moment he entered prison, Payet was already planning his exit. He observed the routines of the guards, studied the layout of the facility, and most importantly, began working on his tools. And the primary tool in his arsenal, a simple wooden spoon from the prison cafeteria. Over months of painstaking work, Payet used the edge of his wooden spoon to gradually chip away at the concrete around his cell window. Hour after hour, day after day, he scraped and dug, removing tiny fragments of concrete and carefully disposing of the debris to avoid detection. The work was slow and exhausting, but Payet was patient. He knew that each tiny groove he carved brought him one step closer to freedom. What makes this feat even more remarkable is that he managed to conceal his work from the prison guards. Whenever guards approached, he would quickly cover the area with posters or other materials. During inspections, the damage remained undetected, hidden in plain sight. This wasn't just an exercise in physical endurance. It was a psychological game of cat and mouse that Payet played masterfully. After months of work, Payet had created an opening large enough for him to squeeze through. But getting out of his cell was just the first step. He still needed to get past the prison walls and the guards patrolling the perimeter. For this, he fashioned crude ropes from bedsheets and clothing, creating a makeshift means to descend from his cell window to the ground below. On a night in 2001, when the weather conditions were just right and the guard rotations aligned perfectly with his plan, Payet made his move. He squeezed through the opening he had created, used his improvised rope to lower himself to the ground, and somehow managed to scale the outer walls of the prison, all without being detected. By morning, when the guards discovered his empty cell, Payet was already miles away. But this wasn't the end of Payet's remarkable escape story. In fact, it was just the beginning. While on the run, instead of disappearing into anonymity as most escaped convicts would, Payet did something that defies all logic and self-preservation. He organized a helicopter escape for friends who were still imprisoned. In 2001, just months after his own escape, a helicopter swooped down into the exercise yard of Lyons prison, the very same facility from which he had escaped. The helicopter picked up 3 inmates, all associates of Payet, and flew them to freedom. The audacity of this move stunned French authorities. Not only had Payet escaped using nothing but a wooden spoon, but he had then returned, albeit by proxy, to free his associates in the most dramatic fashion possible. It was as if he were taunting the prison system itself. Eventually, Payet was recaptured in 2003 and placed in an even higher security facility. But his legend was already growing. The man with the wooden spoon had become a folk hero of sorts, his escape representing a triumph of human ingenuity and determination over seemingly insurmountable obstacles. But the story doesn't end there. In 2007, in what can only be described as an act of extraordinary defiance, Payet once again escaped via helicopter. 4 men hijacked a helicopter and forced the pilot to land on the roof of Grass Prison where Payet was being held. Within minutes, Payet was aboard and the helicopter was airborne again, leaving prison authorities stunned for a second time. This second helicopter escape further cemented Payet's reputation. French authorities were now dealing with a man who seemed to treat maximum security prisons as temporary inconveniences rather than impenetrable fortresses. The nation was in shock, and a massive manhunt was launched to recapture him. This time, Payet's freedom was short-lived. He was recaptured in Spain just a few months later and extradited back to France, where he was placed under the highest security measures available. He was transferred regularly between prisons to prevent him from developing escape plans, and was kept under constant surveillance. The story of Pascal Payet raises fascinating questions about human determination and the limits of security systems. How is it possible that a single individual, armed with nothing more than a wooden spoon and his wits, could overcome systems designed by teams of security experts and maintained by hundreds of trained personnel? Perhaps the answer lies in the nature of human creativity itself. While security systems are designed to account for a wide range of possible scenarios, they cannot anticipate every possible approach, especially when those approaches involve seemingly ridiculous tools like wooden spoons. Payet's success was not just in his physical escape, but in his ability to envision possibilities that his captors couldn't imagine. There's also something to be said about the power of patience. In an age of instant gratification, the idea of spending months or even years working toward a single goal, making incremental progress day by day, seems almost foreign. Yet this is exactly what Payet did. His wooden spoon didn't free him in a day or a week. It was the accumulated effect of thousands of small actions, each seemingly insignificant on its own, that eventually created his path to freedom. Today, Pascal Payet remains in prison, his every move monitored, his days spent under the watchful eyes of guards who are all too aware of his history. The wooden spoon that once served as his ticket to freedom is now just a distant memory, a testament to what human ingenuity can accomplish even in the most restrictive circumstances. The tale of the man who broke out of prison with a wooden spoon serves as a reminder that sometimes the most extraordinary accomplishments come from the most ordinary tools. It's not the resources at our disposal that determine our limitations, but rather our ability to envision possibilities beyond what others can see. But while some stories of human ingenuity take place in the harsh confines of prison, others unfold in equally unexpected locations, like beneath the bustling streets of one of the world's greatest cities, where darkness and isolation created the perfect conditions for one of history's strangest agricultural experiments. Beneath the busy streets of London, stretching for miles in a complex labyrinth of tunnels and stations, lies the London Underground, the world's oldest subway system, and a marvel of Victorian engineering. Millions of commuters use it daily, but few of them know that during one of Britain's darkest hours, this transit system harbored a secret. Deep below ground, where bombs couldn't reach and light never penetrated, grew crops of mushrooms that helped feed a nation at war. The story begins in the early days of World War II. By September 1940, London was under relentless attack from the German Luftwaffe in what would become known as the Blitz. Night after night, bombs rained down on the city, destroying buildings, killing civilians, and creating an atmosphere of constant danger and uncertainty. Londoners sought shelter wherever they could find it, and many descended into the underground stations, which offered protection from the devastating air raids above. While the public used the platforms and main passageways as impromptu bomb shelters, there were deeper levels of the underground system that remained largely unused. Abandoned platforms, disused tunnels, and half-completed station projects lay dormant beneath the city. These forgotten spaces, dark and isolated from the world above, would soon find an unexpected purpose. As the war progressed, Britain faced another serious challenge: food shortages. The country had long relied on imported food, but German U-boats were sinking supply ships in the Atlantic, creating a crisis. The government launched a campaign called Dig for Victory, encouraging citizens to grow their own food in gardens, parks, and any available space. But in a densely populated city like London, garden space was limited. Creative solutions were needed. Enter an enterprising businessman named Joseph Greig. In the early 1940s, Greig approached the London Transport Authorities with an unusual proposal: to use the abandoned tunnels of the underground as mushroom farms. His reasoning was simple and brilliant. Mushrooms don't need sunlight to grow. In fact, they thrive in dark, humid environments. The abandoned sections of the underground, with their constant temperature and high humidity, provided ideal conditions for mushroom cultivation. After some negotiation, Greig was granted permission to use the disused tunnels of the Piccadilly line, specifically in the abandoned Hounslow West Station and in unused sections near Holborn. His operation began modestly, but soon expanded as the results proved successful. The process of setting up an underground mushroom farm was no small feat. First, the chosen tunnels had to be prepared. Workers brought in tons of horse manure, the traditional growing medium for mushrooms, down into the depths of the underground. This was mixed with gypsum and other nutrients to create what's called compost in mushroom farming terms, though it bears little resemblance to the garden compost most people are familiar with. The compost was spread across the tunnel floors in long beds and then seeded with mushroom spawn, essentially the mushroom equivalent of seeds. The beds were then covered with a layer of peat and calcium carbonate, creating what's called a casing layer in which the mushrooms would form. Then came the waiting game. In the damp darkness of the tunnels, watched over by workers who descended daily to tend to the crops, the mycelium, the vegetative part of the fungus, began to spread through the compost. After several weeks, small white buttons began to appear on the surface of the casing layer. These rapidly developed into full-grown mushrooms, ready for harvesting. The harvest process was labor-intensive. Workers had to carefully pick each mushroom by hand, delicately twisting it free from the mycelium below. The harvested mushrooms were then packed into baskets and transported up to the surface, where they were quickly distributed to markets across London. The underground mushroom farms proved remarkably productive. In the perfect growing conditions of the tunnels, crops flourished. Some reports suggest that at its peak, the operation was producing up to a ton of mushrooms each week. For Londoners dealing with strict rationing of most foods, these mushrooms provided a welcome addition to their limited diet, rich in flavor and nutrients. They made bland wartime meals more palatable. What makes this story particularly fascinating is the secrecy that surrounded it. Many Londoners had no idea that food was being grown beneath their feet as they went about their daily lives. The mushroom farms operated quietly, away from public view, known only to those directly involved and a handful of officials. In a time when careless talk costs lives, posters warned citizens against sharing potentially sensitive information. The location of food production facilities was considered a matter of national security. The workers on these underground farms faced unusual challenges. The tunnels were often damp, with water dripping from the ceiling in places. Ventilation was poor, and the air was thick with the earthy smell of mushrooms and compost. Lighting was minimal, provided by strings of electric bulbs that cast just enough illumination for the workers to do their jobs. They worked in shifts, descending into a world where day and night had no meaning, where the only sounds were the distant rumble of trains passing through active sections of the underground and the echo of their own movements. Yet despite these challenges, the underground mushroom farms continued to operate throughout much of the war, providing a valuable food source when resources were scarce. They represented the kind of innovative thinking and adaptability that characterized Britain's home front efforts during World War II. After the war ended, the need for such unorthodox growing spaces diminished. As food imports resumed and rationing gradually eased, the underground mushroom farms were phased out. The tunnels were cleared, the growing beds removed, and the spaces returned to London transport. Today, little physical evidence remains of this curious chapter in the underground's history. However, the concept of underground farming didn't die with the end of the war. In recent years, there has been a revival of interest in subterranean agriculture, particularly in urban areas where space is at a premium. Modern ventures like Growing Underground, a company that grows microgreens and salad leaves in abandoned World War II air raid shelters beneath Clapham, show that the idea pioneered by Joseph Gregg continues to inspire contemporary food producers. The story of London's underground mushroom farms serves as a testament to human ingenuity in times of crisis. It shows how spaces designed for one purpose can be reimagined and repurposed when necessity demands it. The deep tunnels of the underground, built to transport people, found a new calling as incubators for food when the city above was under siege. It's also a reminder of the invisible histories that exist beneath our feet in cities like London. Beneath the visible layers of streets and buildings lies a hidden world with its own stories to tell, stories of adaptation, resourcefulness, and survival. The mushrooms that grew in darkness during London's darkest hours represent more than just a curious historical footnote. They symbolize the resilience of a city and its people, finding ways to nurture life and sustain hope even as destruction reigned from the skies above. But while some historical oddities arise from necessity in times of war, others stem from human gullibility and the audacious schemes of creative con artists, like the remarkable story of a fake country that managed to fool an entire nation. In the world of deception and fraud, there are small-time scams that target individuals, and then there are grand schemes so audacious that they seem almost admirable in their ambition. The story of the Principality of Spies falls firmly into the latter category. A con so elaborate, so completely fabricated, that it successfully tricked hundreds of investors, migrants, and even the British government. This wasn't just a fake investment or a counterfeit product. This was an entirely fictional country, complete with its own geography, government, and economy. The mastermind behind this extraordinary deception was Gregor MacGregor, a Scottish soldier and adventurer born in 1786. MacGregor had a legitimate military career in the British Army before joining the independence movements in South America, fighting alongside Simon Bolivar and others against Spanish colonial rule. He achieved the rank of general in the Venezuelan army and was awarded land for his service. These genuine accomplishments gave him credibility, a crucial foundation for the elaborate fiction he would later construct. In 1820, MacGregor returned to Britain with an astonishing announcement. He had been named the Cazique, or Prince of Spies, a sovereign state on the Bay of Honduras in Central America. According to MacGregor, the native king of the Mosquito Coast had granted him 8,000 square miles of fertile land to establish a colony. This Spies was described as a paradise on earth rich in resources, blessed with a temperate climate, and ripe for development. MacGregor didn't simply make vague claims about this territory. He created an entire fictional world with meticulous detail. He published books and pamphlets describing Spies in glowing terms, complete with maps, illustrations, and detailed descriptions of its fertile soil, navigable rivers, and abundant natural resources. The capital city, St. Joseph, was described as having elegant buildings, wide boulevards, and a sophisticated infrastructure. The country even had its own flag, currency, and coat of arms. To lend authenticity to his creation, MacGregor established a Poasian office in London, staffed with clerks and officials who could answer inquiries about the country. He appointed himself as head of state and began issuing Poasian currency and bonds. He created land certificates for prime real estate in this non-existent paradise. And then, with everything in place, he began selling his fiction to the public. The timing of MacGregor's scheme was perfect. Britain in the 1820s was experiencing an investment boom, with capital flowing into overseas ventures. South America, having recently gained independence from Spain, was seen as a land of opportunity. Many Britons were also looking to emigrate to improve their fortunes. Into this receptive environment, MacGregor introduced his fictional paradise. He targeted two main groups, investors and settlers. For investors, he issued Palladian bonds with an attractive interest rate of 6% higher than British government bonds, but not so high as to seem suspicious. For potential settlers, he offered land at bargain prices, along with promises of fertility and prosperity that far exceeded what was available in overcrowded, industrializing Britain. The response was enthusiastic. Investors eagerly purchased Palladian bonds worth approximately £200,000, an enormous sum at the time, equivalent to millions in today's money. Meanwhile, settlers sold their possessions, paid for land certificates, and prepared to start new lives in Spies. In September 1822, the first ship of settlers, the Honduras packet, departed from London bound for Spies. Aboard were doctors, lawyers, bankers, artisans, and their families, around 70 people in total. A second ship, the Kennersley Castle, followed in January 1823 with another 200 settlers. All had paid for their passage and for land in the promising new colony. Many had also invested significantly in Palladian currency and trade goods to establish themselves in their new home. What these settlers didn't know, what they couldn't possibly have imagined, was that they were sailing to a place that existed only in Gregor MacGregor's imagination and in the elaborately forged documents he had created. When the Honduras packet arrived at the designated location on the Black River in present-day Honduras, the settlers found not the thriving port city of St. Joseph, but an uninhabited stretch of jungle coastline. There were no roads, no buildings, no infrastructure of any kind, just dense vegetation and swampland. The promised Palladian officials who were supposed to welcome them were, naturally, nowhere to be found. At first, the settlers tried to make the best of the situation. They disembarked with their belongings and began clearing land, assuming there had been some confusion about the exact location of the settlement. But as the tropical heat bore down on them, as supplies dwindled, and as disease began to spread, the terrible truth dawned on them. They had been deceived. The second ship of settlers arrived to find the survivors of the first expedition in a desperate state. With no proper shelter, insufficient food, and tropical diseases running rampant, many had already perished. Others were severely ill. The new arrivals, now aware of the deception, faced the same grim conditions. Eventually, word of their plight reached a British settlement in Belize. Rescue ships were sent, but by then many settlers had died. Of the nearly 300 people who had sailed to Spies, only about 50 survived to return to Britain. The rest fell victim to disease, starvation, or the harsh conditions of the uninhabited coastline. When news of the disaster reached Britain, the public was outraged. Investors realized their Palladian bonds were worthless. The press, which had earlier published glowing accounts of Spies based on MacGregor's promotional materials, now condemned him as a fraud. Warrants were issued for his arrest. But MacGregor, showing the same cunning that had enabled his fraud, had already fled to France. Incredibly, rather than abandoning the Spies scheme, he simply restarted it with a new audience. In Paris, he began selling Palladian bonds and land certificates to French investors. Once again, he found willing buyers. When the French authorities eventually caught on to the scam, MacGregor fled again, moving between European countries and continuing versions of his fraud wherever he went. Eventually, he returned to Venezuela, where his earlier military service was remembered, and he was granted a pension. He lived there until his death in 1845, never facing legal consequences for the Spies scheme. The audacity of MacGregor's fraud raises fascinating questions. How could so many educated, presumably rational people be fooled by the invention of an entire country? The answer lies partly in the limited information available in the pre-internet age. Potential investors and settlers had no easy way to verify MacGregor's claims. They relied on his published materials, his apparent authority, and reports in newspapers, all of which MacGregor had carefully orchestrated. There was also a willingness to believe. The idea of a fertile paradise waiting for development aligned perfectly with the colonial mindset of the time. People wanted to believe that such opportunities existed, that fortunes could be made and new lives begun in distant lands. MacGregor tapped into these desires, crafting a fiction that people were predisposed to accept. The legacy of Spies extends beyond the immediate victims of the scam. It serves as a cautionary tale about the dangers of unchecked optimism and insufficient due diligence. It demonstrates how authority, credibility, and detailed fabrications can combine to create a persuasive fraud. And perhaps most intriguingly, it shows how an entirely fictional place can briefly exist in the collective imagination as something real and tangible. In some ways, Spies was real not as a physical territory but as a shared belief. For a brief period, it existed in the minds of investors, in the plans of settlers, in the pages of books and newspapers, and in the financial markets of London. MacGregor had created not just a scam, but an alternate reality that hundreds of people inhabited mentally, if not physically. Today, the artifacts of Spies, the currency, bonds, land certificates, and promotional materials are collectors' items, strange relics of a country that never was. They stand as testaments to one of history's most elaborate deceptions and to the extraordinary power of a well-crafted narrative to shape reality itself. The story of Spies reminds us that truth can be manipulated, that authority can be fabricated, and that our eagerness to believe can sometimes override our critical faculties. It's a lesson that remains relevant in our own era of information manipulation and alternative facts, a reminder that sometimes the most dangerous deceptions are those that tell us exactly what we want to hear. In the annals of historical frauds and deceptions, the Principality of Spies stands alone, not merely a fake investment or a fraudulent product, but an entire nation conjured from imagination and brought to life through the power of persuasion. For a brief moment in history, this non-existent land became real enough to change lives, to move markets, and to send ships sailing toward an empty shore, a testament to the extraordinary power of fiction when wielded by a master deceiver like Gregor MacGregor. But while some historical oddities like Spies were deliberate fabrications, others emerged organically from the strange confluence of circumstances, personalities, and the unpredictable nature of human events, proving once again that truth can often be stranger than fiction. Imagine falling from the sky, plummeting through the air at terminal velocity with nothing to slow your descent. The wind rushing past your ears, the ground coming up to meet you at over 100 miles per hour. Survival in such circumstances seems impossible, the stuff of superhero movies or tall tales. But sometimes, reality proves stranger than fiction. This is the story of Vesna Vulovic, the woman who fell over 6 miles from the sky and lived to tell about it. On January 26, 1972, a routine flight from Copenhagen to Belgrade turned into one of the most extraordinary survival stories in aviation history. Yugoslav Airlines Flight 367 was cruising at 33,000 feet over Czechoslovakia when disaster struck. Without warning, an explosion tore through the aircraft, ripping the DC-9 into pieces. The plane disintegrated mid-air, scattering debris across the snowy landscape below. Among the 73 passengers and crew on board was a 22-year-old flight attendant named Vesna Vulovic. Vesna wasn't even supposed to be on that flight. In a twist of fate that would change her life forever, she had been confused with another flight attendant of the same name. This simple mix-up placed her on a doomed aircraft and into the history books. As the plane broke apart, Vesna, still strapped to a section of the plane's fuselage, was thrown into the freezing sky. What happened next defies explanation. Vesna fell approximately 33,000 feet, a distance that would take about 3 minutes to traverse, before crashing into a heavily wooded, snow-covered slope near the village of Srbska Kamenice, in what was then Czechoslovakia. By all accounts, by all laws of physics, by all medical understanding, Vesna should have died instantly upon impact. The human body isn't designed to withstand such forces. When a person strikes the ground after falling from even a few hundred feet, the deceleration causes catastrophic trauma. Internal organs rupture, bones shatter, and death is virtually instant. From 33,000 feet, the outcome should have been undeniable. Yet somehow, Vesna Vulovic survived. When rescue workers arrived at the crash site, they were stunned to find a barely alive woman among the wreckage. Her survival was so unexpected that the first people on the scene reportedly heard her screaming in pain. A local villager, Bruno Honk, who had been a medic during World War II, kept her alive until help arrived. Later, doctors would discover the extent of her injuries: a fractured skull, broken vertebrae that left her temporarily paralyzed from the waist down, and 2 broken legs. Her pelvis was crushed, several ribs were broken, and she had suffered multiple lacerations. Despite these catastrophic injuries, her vital organs remained intact. But how could anyone survive such a fall? The theories trying to explain this miracle have been debated for decades. One explanation suggests that Vesna's position within the aircraft at the moment of the explosion was crucial to her survival. She was reportedly at the rear of the plane, in the tail section, which can sometimes remain more intact during a catastrophic breakup. Some experts believe this section of fuselage created a sort of improvised cocoon, protecting her from the worst of the impact forces. Another theory points to the manner of her landing. The combination of the snow-covered slope and the densely forested area might have broken her fall just enough. The trees could have slowed the fuselage section before it hit the ground, while the deep snow cushioned the final impact, distributing the forces over a larger area in crucial seconds. There are also those who suggest that Vesna's body position during the fall might have inadvertently placed her in the optimal position for survival. If she was unconscious, as is believed, her body would have been completely relaxed. Paradoxically, this relaxed state might have helped her body absorb the impact better than if she had been tensed in anticipation. Perhaps most significantly, the low blood pressure caused by shock might have prevented her from bleeding to death before rescuers could reach her. In the freezing temperatures, her metabolism would have slowed, reducing blood loss and potentially saving her life in those critical minutes after impact. While all these factors might have contributed to her survival, the truth remains that Vesna's case defies easy explanation. Her survival represents such an outlier in terms of human endurance that the Guinness Book of World Records recognized her for the highest fall survived without a parachute. The aftermath of Vesna's miraculous survival was almost as remarkable as the fall itself. After spending days in a coma, she awoke with no memory of the accident or the fall, a blessing perhaps, given the trauma she had endured. She spent months in the hospital, undergoing multiple surgeries and rehabilitation. Doctors initially believed she would never walk again, but Vesna defied their predictions, though she would walk with a limp for the rest of her life. Most people would never set foot on an airplane again after such an experience, but Vesna was not most people. In perhaps the most astonishing twist in her story, she actually wanted to return to her job as a flight attendant once she recovered. The airline, understandably concerned about her physical abilities after such trauma, gave her a desk job instead. But her desire to return to the skis speaks volumes about her extraordinary resilience. The cause of the explosion that destroyed Flight 367 remained contentious for years. Initial investigations pointed to a bomb placed in the forward cargo hold, allegedly planted by Croatian nationalists seeking independence from Yugoslavia. This theory was widely accepted for decades, though some later investigations have questioned this conclusion, suggesting instead that the plane might have been accidentally shot down by Czechoslovakian air defenses during a period of Cold War tensions. Whatever the cause, the result was one of the most unlikely survival stories in human history. Vesna's fall from 33,000 feet represents a fascinating intersection of improbable physics, human resilience, and sheer luck. It's a reminder that sometimes, against all odds and expectations, survival is possible in the most impossible circumstances. In the years following her recovery, Vesna became a national hero in Yugoslavia. She leveraged her fame to advocate for political causes, particularly speaking out against the nationalism that was tearing her country apart in the 1990s. Despite her fame, she lived a relatively quiet life in Belgrade, working for the national airline until she was fired in 2008 for her political activities against the Milosevic regime. Throughout her life after the accident, Vesna was frequently asked about how her brush with death had changed her outlook. Her response was both simple and profound. She often said she was not afraid of death because she had already faced it. This absence of fear gave her a unique freedom to live according to her principles, regardless of consequences. Vesna Vulovic passed away in December 2016 at the age of 66 in her apartment in Belgrade. Her death marked the end of an extraordinary life defined by an even more extraordinary event, a fall that should have been impossible to survive, yet somehow was not. Her story continues to fascinate scientists, aviation experts, and the general public alike. It stands as a testament to the remarkable durability of the human body, the strange vicissitudes of fate, and the simple fact that sometimes the impossible happens. In a world increasingly explained by science and reason, Vesna's survival remains one of those rare events that seems to defy explanation, a genuine mystery that reminds us how little we truly understand about the limits of human endurance. And perhaps that's the most compelling aspect of her story, the reminder that even in our modern age of understanding, there remain incidents that challenge our assumptions about what is possible. The woman who fell from the sky and lived serves as a powerful reminder that sometimes, just sometimes, people can survive the unsurvivable. In the quiet early morning hours of October 30th, 1938, millions of Americans tuned their radio dials to CBS for what they expected to be a typical Sunday evening of entertainment. What they heard instead was a news bulletin cutting into the scheduled program with an urgent message. Astronomers had detected strange explosions on Mars. What followed was a series of increasingly alarming updates describing an invasion of Earth by Martians, complete with detailed accounts of alien war machines laying waste to New Jersey and advancing toward New York City. Panic spread across the nation as listeners believed they were hearing actual reports of an extraterrestrial attack. But this wasn't a real invasion. It was Orson Welles' radio adaptation of H.G. Wells' novel The War of the Worlds, presented as a simulated news broadcast, so convincing it caused mass hysteria. But there's another, lesser-known story about Mars causing panic here on Earth, one that actually involved a real astronomer, genuine scientific observations, and a series of misunderstandings that briefly had some people genuinely concerned that Martians might be trying to contact us. This is the strange case of Percival Lowell and his conviction that intelligent beings on Mars were desperately trying to communicate with Earth. Percival Lowell wasn't just any astronomer. Born in 1855 to a wealthy and prestigious Boston family, Lowell was educated at Harvard, traveled extensively in Asia, and wrote several well-received books on Japanese culture and religion before turning his attention to astronomy later in life. When he did, he built what would become one of the most important observatories in America, the Lowell Observatory in Flagstaff, Arizona, specifically chosen for its high elevation and clear skies. Lowell's interest in astronomy began with fascination about a discovery made by Italian astronomer Giovanni Schiaparelli in 1877. Schiaparelli had observed what he called canali on the surface of Mars, a term that simply meant channels or grooves in Italian. However, when this was translated into English as canals, it took on an entirely different meaning. Canals implied artificial structures, and artificial structures implied intelligent builders. This linguistic confusion combined with the scientific understanding of the time created perfect conditions for a misunderstanding of cosmic proportions. In the late 19th century, Mars appeared to have white polar caps that grew and shrank with the seasons, just like Earth's. The planet had a day length similar to Earth's and an axial tilt that gave it seasons. To many astronomers of the period, including Lowell, Mars seemed surprisingly Earth-like, perhaps even capable of supporting life. Beginning in 1894, Lowell devoted himself to observing Mars whenever its orbit brought it close enough to Earth for detailed study. Night after night, he peered through his 24-inch refracting telescope, meticulously drawing what he saw. And what he believed he saw was extraordinary, an intricate network of straight lines crisscrossing the Martian surface, forming a global system too regular and geometric to be natural. To Lowell, these weren't just any canals, they were massive engineering works, perhaps the largest construction project in the solar system. Lowell developed an elaborate theory to explain these observations. Mars, he reasoned, was an ancient, dying world. Once similar to Earth, it had gradually lost its oceans and most of its atmosphere. The remaining Martians, facing extinction as their world dried up around them, had embarked on a planetary engineering project of unimaginable scale. The canal network, Lowell believed, was designed to transport precious water from the polar ice caps to populated regions near the equator. What he was witnessing through his telescope was nothing less than a civilization's desperate fight for survival. Lowell published his observations and theories in 3 books: Mars in 1895, Mars and its Canals in 1906, and Mars as the Abode of Life in 1908. These weren't obscure scientific publications. They were popular books written for general audiences, and they captured the public imagination. Newspaper headlines speculated about the Martians and their canals. Writers incorporated the idea into fiction, most famously H.G. Wells in The War of the Worlds, published in 1898, which depicted Martians invading Earth to escape their dying planet, a fictional elaboration of Lowell's scientific theory. As Lowell continued his observations, he became increasingly convinced that he was witnessing not just evidence of Martian engineering, but potentially attempts at communication. He noted that some of the canal junctions, which he called oases, occasionally seemed to flash or pulsate. Could these be signals? Were the Martians, aware of Earth as a potential sister planet, trying to contact us? Some of Lowell's writings hint at this possibility, though he remained more scientifically cautious in his official publications than in his private speculations. The scientific community was far from unanimous in accepting Lowell's observations. Many prominent astronomers, using telescopes comparable to or better than Lowell's, could not see the elaborate canal network he described. Some suggested that what Lowell was seeing was an optical illusion, the human tendency to connect disconnected points into patterns and lines. Others proposed that the canals might be natural features misinterpreted, perhaps cracks in the surface or shadows cast by mountain ranges. But Lowell was adamant. He had seen the canals clearly and repeatedly. He had mapped them in detail, and they changed with the Martian seasons in ways that seemed to confirm his theory about their purpose. The debate became increasingly heated, with reputations and scientific credibility at stake. Lowell, with his wealth, his prestigious observatory, and his eloquent writing style, was a formidable advocate for his Martian theory. The controversy reached beyond astronomical circles. In the early 20th century, as Earth experienced its own technological revolution, with radio, electricity, and powered flight transforming human civilization, The idea that another planet might host an advanced, perhaps even more technologically sophisticated civilization seemed increasingly plausible to many. Mars captured the public imagination in a way no other celestial body had before. In 1909, during another close approach of Mars to Earth, several observatories reported strange light phenomena on the Martian surface. Newspapers around the world ran sensational headlines suggesting possible attempts at communication. While most astronomers remained skeptical, some began discussing the possibility of responding, perhaps by creating enormous geometric patterns in the Sahara Desert that would be visible from Mars, or using powerful searchlights to flash messages into space. Lowell himself maintained scientific caution about these specific reports, but continued his observations and advocacy for his canal theory. He had staked his scientific reputation on the Martian canals, and he was not backing down. But time and improving technology would ultimately prove him wrong. As telescope technology improved in the decades following Lowell's death in 1916, astronomers were able to see Mars with greater clarity. The canal network became less and less apparent. By the 1960s, when the first space probes reached Mars and returned close-up images, the canals disappeared entirely. What Lowell had seen with such conviction simply wasn't there. Modern understanding helps explain what happened. The human visual system is prone to seeing patterns where none exist, a phenomenon called pareidolia. When observing a faint, blurry object like Mars through the imperfect telescopes of the early 20th century, the brain tends to connect vague features into lines and patterns. Lowell, primed by Schiaparelli's reports and his own expectations, saw what he expected to see. The canals were, in a sense, real not on Mars, but in the complex interaction between his eyes, his telescope, and his mind. The story of Percival Lowell and the Martian canals is more than just a scientific error. It's a fascinating case study in how preconceptions, translation errors, and the limitations of technology can combine to create a compelling but ultimately incorrect theory. Lowell wasn't a fraud or a fantasist. He was a serious scientist who made genuine observations and drew reasonable conclusions based on the information available to him. That his grand theory of Martian civilization turned out to be wrong doesn't diminish the passion and dedication he brought to astronomy. And in an ironic twist, while Lowell was wrong about the canals, he was right about something else. He believed Mars had once been warmer and wetter, with conditions potentially suitable for life. Modern Mars rovers and orbiters have confirmed that ancient Mars indeed had oceans, rivers, and potentially habitable conditions. The Mars of Lowell's imagination, a planet with flowing water and perhaps life, did exist, just billions of years before he pointed his telescope at the red planet. Today, we know Mars as a frigid desert world with no visible signs of civilization. Yet in the annals of astronomical history, for a brief, remarkable period, Mars was thought to be home to a dying civilization reaching out across the void to their planetary neighbors. It was a beautiful, dramatic, and ultimately human story, a reminder that even in the precise world of science, our hopes, fears, and imaginations shape what we see when we look to the stars. Imagine a life so plagued by misfortune that it seems to defy probability. A life where every major disaster, every historical catastrophe seems to find you, no matter where you hide. This is the extraordinary story of Violet Jessup, sometimes called Miss Unsinkable for surviving not one, not two, but three major maritime disasters, including the sinking of the Titanic. But wait, I need to correct myself. Violet Jessup was a woman, and while her story is remarkable, it's not the focus of our tale today. Instead, we turn to an even more unbelievable story, that of a Japanese man named Tsutomu Yamaguchi, who experienced not one but two atomic bomb attacks and lived to tell about it. And beyond him, the strange case of Frane Selak, a Croatian music teacher whose life reads like a Final Destination movie script, but in reverse. a man who cheated death so many times that he became known as the world's luckiest unlucky man. Frane Selak's improbable journey through a lifetime of disasters began in 1962 on a cold winter day. The train he was riding from Sarajevo to Dubrovnik suddenly derailed and plunged into an icy river. 17 passengers drowned in the frigid waters. Selak, however, escaped with a broken arm and minor hypothermia. He was pulled from the water by a bystander and made it safely to shore. This would be a traumatic experience for anyone, enough to make most people wary of travel for the rest of their lives. For Frane Selak, it was merely the opening act in a bizarre series of near-death experiences that would span decades. Just 1 year later, in 1963, Selak was on his first and last airplane ride. He was a passenger on a flight when a door suddenly blew open mid-flight, creating chaos in the cabin. Selak was sucked out of the malfunctioning door. It sounds like certain death, doesn't it? But in a twist that defies explanation, he landed on a haystack below. While 19 other passengers and crew members perished when the plane crashed, Selak walked away relatively unscathed. The odds of surviving being ejected from an airplane are virtually zero. The odds of landing on something soft enough to cushion your fall are even lower. Yet somehow, Selak beat those odds. You might think that after surviving both a train derailment and being sucked out of an airplane, Selak would have used up all his luck. You'd be wrong. In 1966, just 3 years after the airplane incident, Selak was riding a bus that ran off the road and plunged into a river. 4 passengers died, but Selak swam safely to shore with just a few cuts and bruises. This marked his 3rd transportation disaster in 4 years. By this point, most reasonable people would have developed a severe phobia of public transportation. Perhaps Selak did too, because his next brush with death came in his own car. In 1970, the fuel tank of Selak's vehicle exploded, forcing him to flee the vehicle just moments before it was engulfed in flames. His hair was singed, but he was otherwise unharmed. 3 years later, in 1973, another of Selak's cars caught fire while he was driving. This time, the flames were blown back through the air vents, singeing his hair again but leaving him largely uninjured. In 1995, Selak was struck by a bus in Zagreb but sustained only minor injuries. And finally, in 1996, he was driving on a mountain road when he turned a corner to find a United Nations truck coming straight at him. His car plunged off the road, but Selak managed to jump clear. He watched from the edge of the cliff as his car exploded 300 feet below. 7 major accidents, each one potentially fatal. Each one survived. The statistical probability of living through just one such incident is slim. The odds of surviving all 7 are so astronomically low that they're essentially incalculable. What makes Selak's story even more extraordinary is that he claimed to have lived a relatively normal life between these incidents. He worked as a music teacher, was married multiple times, and by all accounts was well liked in his community. He didn't seek out danger or take unnecessary risks. Disaster simply seemed to find him, over and over again. Naturally, stories like Selak's invite skepticism. Could one man really have experienced so many close calls with death? Some details of his accidents have been difficult to verify independently, with records from the former Yugoslavia being incomplete or lost during the wars that fragmented the country in the 1990s. The airplane incident, in particular, has been questioned by some, as there are no clear records of such a crash matching Selak's description. Yet enough of Selak's claims have been substantiated that his story, even if possibly embellished in some details, appears to be fundamentally true. He really did survive an improbable number of disasters that would have killed most people. And in a final twist to his story, in 2003, just days after his 73rd birthday, Selak won $1 million in the Croatian lottery. After decades of extraordinarily bad luck, followed by extraordinarily good luck in surviving that bad luck, he was finally blessed with conventionally good fortune. What are we to make of a life like Frane Selak's? Is there any explanation beyond blind chance for how one man could face so many life-threatening situations and walk away from each one? Some have suggested that Selak might have had unusually quick reflexes or an exceptional ability to respond to danger. Perhaps he was more alert to warning signs than the average person, allowing him to react faster when disaster struck. His experiences might have honed this ability, making him increasingly adept at surviving as the years went on. Others point to the mathematical concept of survivorship bias. We only hear about Selak because he survived. For every person like him who lives through multiple disasters, there may be thousands who don't survive their first brush with death, their stories forever untold. From this perspective, Selak isn't so much lucky as he is the extreme statistical outlier that probability theory tells us must occasionally exist. Then there are those who believe that Selak's experiences point to something beyond statistics, destiny, divine intervention, or some unknown force shaping the course of his life. Selak himself seemed to vacillate between seeing himself as exceptionally lucky and uniquely cursed. After winning the lottery, he was quoted as saying, "I know God was watching over me all these years," suggesting he saw something more than random chance at work in his survival. Whatever the explanation, Selak's story challenges our understanding of probability and fate. How much of our survival is due to chance, and how much to our own actions? Are some people simply born under luckier stars than others? Or does experiencing one disaster somehow change a person in ways that help them survive the next one? In 2010, Selak decided to tempt fate one final time. At the age of 80, having survived 7 disasters and won the lottery, he decided to give away most of his remaining money to family and friends, keeping just enough for a modest home. He claimed he had decided that money cannot buy happiness and that he wanted to live a simple life. Frane Selak died in 2016 at the age of 87, having finally succumbed not to a spectacular disaster, but to the ordinary effects of old age. In the end, after defying death repeatedly in the most dramatic ways imaginable, he met the same fate that awaits us all. But few can claim to have taken such an extraordinary route to that common destination. The story of Frane Selak serves as a reminder of how thin the line between disaster and survival can be, and how unpredictable the forces of chance that shape our lives truly are. It challenges us to consider, if you survived one disaster, would you hide away from the world, fearing the next one? Or would you, like Selak, continue to live your life, board the next train, get in the next car, turn the next corner, knowing that while disaster might find you again, so too might survival? In a world where we increasingly seek to control every aspect of our environment, to predict and prevent every possible risk, Selak's story is a humbling reminder of how much remains beyond our control. Perhaps the most remarkable aspect of his tale is not the disasters themselves, but the fact that he continued to live a normal life between them, never allowing his extraordinary experiences to prevent him from engaging with the world. And in that sense, despite all the sensational aspects of his story, the most important lesson from Frane Selak's life might be the most ordinary one. That life continues after disaster, that survival is possible even against the longest odds, and that sometimes, just sometimes, even the most disaster-prone among us might find unexpected good fortune waiting around the corner. In the cold dawn of November 3, 1957, as the Sputnik 2 satellite roared into the sky from the Baikonur Cosmodrome, history was made. Nestled within the cramped confines of the spacecraft was a passenger unlike any that had ventured into the cosmos before, a small, mixed-breed dog named Laika. She was a stray from the streets of Moscow, selected for her calm temperament and small size. And on that fateful day, she became the first living creature to orbit the Earth. But behind this historic achievement lies a tale of scientific ambition, Cold War competition, and a sacrifice that would haunt some of its perpetrators for decades to come. The space race between the Soviet Union and the United States was at its earliest, most fevered pitch in 1957. Just a month earlier, the Soviets had shocked the world by launching Sputnik 1, the first artificial satellite to orbit Earth. The American response was one of near panic. Suddenly, the technological superiority that the United States had taken for granted seemed to be in doubt. The Soviets, eager to maintain their advantage, pushed forward with an even more ambitious goal: to send a living being into orbit around the Earth. The mission was planned with extraordinary haste by modern standards. Nikita Khrushchev, the Soviet premier, wanted a spectacular achievement to coincide with the 40th anniversary of the Russian Revolution on November 7th. Engineers who had been planning a more methodical approach to sending animals into space were suddenly ordered to prepare a mission within just 4 weeks. This rush would have significant consequences for both the mission design and for Laika herself. Laika was not the first dog the Soviets had sent to the edge of space. Since 1951, they had been launching dogs on suborbital flights, sending them up on rockets that reached great heights before returning to Earth. These dogs, including the famous Desik and Saigon, had provided valuable data about the effects of brief periods of weightlessness and high-altitude flight on living organisms. But an orbital mission was fundamentally different. It would subject Laika to extended periods of weightlessness and a much more hostile environment. The selection process for finding the right dog was methodical. Soviet scientists needed animals that were small to fit in the tiny capsule, calm to withstand the stress of launch, and female to simplify the waste management system. Stray dogs were preferred over house pets because they were thought to be more accustomed to hunger, cold, and hardship, conditions they might face in space. Laika, found wandering the streets of Moscow, fit the criteria perfectly. Her name, which means barker in Russian, was a generic term often given to dogs of her type, similar to calling a cat tabby in English. The spacecraft design was a modified version of Sputnik 1, hastily adapted to accommodate a living passenger. The small capsule contained just enough room for Laika to stand, sit, or lie down. It was equipped with a rudimentary life support system, including an oxygen generator, a carbon dioxide scrubber, and a fan to circulate air. Food and water were provided in a gel form, and sensors were attached to Laika to monitor her heartbeat, blood pressure, and breathing. What the spacecraft notably lacked, however, was any mechanism for safe return to Earth. This was a one-way mission from the beginning. The technology to safely deorbit a craft and return it through the atmosphere did not yet exist in the Soviet space program. Laika was never intended to come home. This fact was known to the scientists, but was not widely publicized at the time. Instead, the Soviet press described the mission in heroic terms, presenting Laika as a pioneer bravely paving the way for human spaceflight. Newspapers published endearing stories about the space dog, and children across the Soviet Union followed her journey with wonder. Few realized that they were following the story of an animal deliberately sent to die in space. The launch itself went according to plan. Sputnik 2 successfully reached orbit, and initial telemetry showed that Laika had survived the intense G-forces of the launch. She was indeed orbiting the Earth, becoming the first living being to do so. But almost immediately, things began to go wrong. The thermal control system of the spacecraft malfunctioned, causing the temperature in the capsule to rise dramatically. Telemetry showed Laika's vital signs becoming increasingly distressed. For years afterward, the Soviet Union maintained the fiction that Laika had survived for several days in orbit before being euthanized as planned when her oxygen ran out. They released no photographs of her distress, no data showing her suffering. Instead, they emphasized the scientific knowledge gained from the mission, knowledge that would indeed prove valuable for later human missions. The truth was far grimmer. In 2002, over 40 years after the mission, Russian scientists finally revealed what had actually happened to Laika. She had died within hours of the launch, likely from overheating and stress. The capsule had become much hotter than expected, reaching temperatures above 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Laika, strapped into her compartment with no way to escape, suffered a painful death alone in space. Oleg Gazenko, one of the scientists responsible for the mission, later expressed profound regret. "The more time passes, the more I'm sorry about it," he said in 1998. "We did not learn enough from this mission to justify the death of the dog." It was a striking admission from a scientist who had been part of the celebrated achievement. Leica's body orbited the Earth for 5 months inside the defunct Sputnik 2. In April 1958, both Leica's remains and the spacecraft burned up upon re-entry into Earth's atmosphere, leaving nothing behind but the ethical questions the mission had raised. The reaction to Leica's mission was mixed around the world. In the Soviet Union, she was celebrated as a hero of science, a symbol of Soviet technological prowess. Stamps were issued bearing her image, and she became an iconic figure in the history of space exploration. In the United States and other Western countries, however, the mission provoked outrage among animal rights advocates, who viewed it as cruel and unnecessary. The fact that Leica had been sent on a suicide mission struck many as particularly disturbing. Despite the controversy, Leica's journey paved the way for human spaceflight in important ways. The data gathered from her brief time in orbit, along with that from subsequent animal missions, provided crucial insights into the effects of spaceflight on living organisms. When Yuri Gagarin became the first human in space in 1961, he benefited from the knowledge gained through Leica's sacrifice. The story of Leica raises profound questions about the ethics of scientific progress. How do we balance the advancement of knowledge against the welfare of those who cannot consent to participate? What price is too high to pay for discovery? These questions remain relevant today, as we continue to use animals in various forms of research, albeit with far greater ethical oversight than in Leica's time. In the decades since Leica's flight, attitudes toward animal welfare in science have evolved significantly. Modern space agencies take great care to ensure that any animals sent into space have return mechanisms and humane treatment. The era of knowingly sending animals to their deaths in space has, thankfully, passed. But the legacy of those early sacrifices remains a complex part of our scientific heritage. In 2008, Russian officials unveiled a small monument to Leica at a military research facility in Moscow. The monument depicts a dog standing on top of a rocket and serves as a reminder of both the achievement and the cost of early space exploration. It represents a belated acknowledgement of the moral complexity of using animals in potentially lethal scientific endeavors. Perhaps the most poignant aspect of Leica's story is how it demonstrates the double-edged nature of human ingenuity. The same brilliant minds that could design a spacecraft capable of reaching orbit could not yet create one that would bring its passenger safely home. The same government that could inspire its people with visions of cosmic exploration could also sacrifice a living creature for political gain in a Cold War competition. The story contains both humanity's reach for the stars and its capacity for calculation, both our wonder at the cosmos and our willingness to use others in service of our goals. Leica never knew the significance of her journey. She was, in the end, just a dog one who had known the hardship of life on Moscow's streets before experiencing the terror and discomfort of spaceflight. Yet her legacy endures, not just as a footnote in the history of space exploration, but as a symbol of both scientific ambition and ethical caution. She reminds us that progress comes with responsibility, that knowledge gained through suffering must be weighed carefully against its cost. And perhaps most importantly, she reminds us that as we continue to push the boundaries of exploration, whether in space or in other frontiers of knowledge, we must always ask ourselves not just whether we can do something, but whether we should. In a cosmos vast beyond comprehension, it is our capacity for ethical reflection that might prove to be the most valuable trait of all. Leica, the small dog from the streets of Moscow, orbits in our collective memory as both a pioneer and a cautionary tale, a creature who reached the stars but never came home. In the shadow of the Cold War, When nuclear missiles and spy satellites dominated the headlines, the United States government was quietly exploring something far stranger: the human mind itself. This wasn't just any research program. This was Project Stargate, one of the most unusual military initiatives ever funded by the United States government. For nearly 2 decades, the Central Intelligence Agency and the Defense Intelligence Agency poured millions of dollars into training psychic spies, individuals they believed could see across vast distances using nothing but their minds. It sounds like science fiction, but this was very real. Beginning in the 1970s, the CIA became convinced that the Soviet Union was developing psychic capabilities for espionage purposes. American intelligence couldn't afford to fall behind in what they feared might become a psychic arms race. What if Soviet remote viewers could peer into top-secret American facilities? What if they could track submarine movements without satellites or locate hidden missile silos using only the power of their minds? The stakes were simply too high to ignore. The program began at Stanford Research Institute in Menlo Park, California, where scientists Russell Targ and Harold Puthoff were conducting experiments in what they called remote viewing, the alleged ability to see distant locations without being physically present. Their initial tests with subjects like New York artist Ingo Swann produced results that caught the military's attention. In one infamous session, Swann supposedly described details of a Soviet facility that were later verified by satellite imagery. Whether this was extraordinary luck, educated guessing, or something truly unexplainable, it was enough to secure funding for nearly 20 years. The psychic spies of Project Stargate weren't what you might expect. They weren't mystics from mountain temples or self-proclaimed psychics from carnival sideshows. Many were ordinary military personnel who demonstrated an unusual aptitude for the techniques being taught. One of the program's star performers was Joseph McMoneagle, a decorated Army intelligence officer who became known as Remote Viewer Number 1. Another was Pat Price, a former police commissioner who supposedly demonstrated remarkable accuracy in his remote viewing sessions. The methodology used in these remote viewing sessions was surprisingly structured. Viewers would be placed in a quiet room, given geographic coordinates or a sealed envelope containing the target information, and then asked to describe what they perceived. They would sketch images, describe colors, textures, shapes, and sounds, building a composite picture of a place they had never physically seen. These sessions generated thousands of pages of bizarre drawings and descriptions, many of which remain classified to this day. But what makes this story truly astounding is that sometimes, according to declassified documents, they appeared to get results. In one famous case, a remote viewer allegedly described a massive Soviet crane at a facility in Severodvinsk, information later confirmed by satellite imagery. In another instance, viewers reportedly located a downed Soviet bomber in Africa before conventional intelligence assets could find it. Were these impressive intelligence coups or simply coincidences magnified by selective reporting? The debate continues to this day. The strangeness goes deeper. Some remote viewers reported not just seeing distant locations, but traveling backward and forward through time. They described ancient civilizations and future events with equal confidence. One viewer even claimed to have remotely visited Mars, describing structures and even inhabitants on the red planet. These more outlandish sessions strain credibility, but they demonstrate how far the program ventured from conventional intelligence gathering. Project Stargate wasn't just about passive observation. Some experiments focused on what they called psychokinesis, the ability to affect physical objects with the mind. In one series of tests, subjects attempted to influence sensitive equipment from a distance. The most famous of these experiments involved trying to bend metal using only the power of thought, inspired by the spoon-bending performances of Uri Geller, who was himself tested at Stanford Research Institute in the early days of the program. The program continued in various forms under various code names: Gondola Wish, Grill Flame, Center Lane, Sunstreak, and finally Stargate. Each iteration brought new methodologies and new hopes that psychic phenomena could be harnessed for national security. The total cost to American taxpayers over 20 years is estimated at somewhere between $20 million and $50 million. Not astronomical by Cold War standards, but certainly significant for such an unconventional approach to intelligence gathering. By the 1990s, skepticism within the intelligence community was growing. The end of the Cold War reduced the perceived Soviet psychic threat, and a comprehensive review was commissioned. The American Institutes for Research evaluated the program and delivered a damning assessment. After thousands of sessions over 2 decades, the remote viewers had failed to produce actionable intelligence that couldn't be obtained through conventional means. In 1995, the program was officially shut down and declassified. But here's where our story takes another strange turn. Not everyone agreed with this assessment. Some former program managers and remote viewers insist that their successes were deliberately downplayed or overlooked. They point to specific sessions where remote viewers provided accurate information that saved lives or advanced American interests. Major General Albert Stubblebine, who supported the program in the early 1980s, remained convinced until his death that remote viewing was a genuine phenomenon with military applications. The debate over Project Stargate's effectiveness continues in academic circles. Skeptics point out that the protocols were often loose, allowing for vague interpretations and confirmation bias. They argue that the occasional hits were statistical inevitabilities in a program that conducted thousands of sessions, while the many misses were conveniently forgotten. Believers, meanwhile, suggest that conventional science simply lacks the framework to understand how remote viewing might function. What's undeniable is the bizarre legacy this program left behind. The declassified documents reveal an intelligence community willing to explore the furthest fringes of human capability in the name of national security. They show serious, career military officers and scientists discussing concepts like out-of-body experiences and psychic time travel with complete seriousness. In many ways, Project Stargate represents one of the strangest intersections of the paranormal and government power in modern history. Perhaps the most fascinating aspect of this story is what it reveals about the human mind during times of great stress and uncertainty. The Cold War created an atmosphere where any possible advantage had to be explored, no matter how unlikely it might seem. When faced with an existential threat, even the most rational institutions become willing to consider the irrational. The CIA's psychic spy program stands as a testament to how far we'll go when we believe our survival is at stake. The techniques developed during Project Stargate didn't disappear with the program's cancellation. Some former remote viewers continued practicing privately, offering their services to corporate clients or writing books about their experiences. The methodology has seeped into popular culture, with remote viewing workshops and training programs available to anyone willing to pay. Whether these commercial offshoots represent the preservation of a genuine skill, or simply the continuation of a compelling illusion, remains an open question. Today, we can look back on Project Stargate as a peculiar footnote in intelligence history, a moment when the grim realities of geopolitics collided with humanity's age-old fascination with extraordinary mental powers. The millions spent training psychic spies may seem like a waste from our current perspective, but they represent something uniquely human: our willingness to believe that there must be more to reality than what we can see and touch, that the mind itself might be the ultimate untapped resource. What else might be possible if we could harness the full power of human consciousness? What other secrets might be hiding in plain sight, waiting for the right approach to unlock them? The CIA's psychic spy program may be over, but the questions it raised about the nature of perception and the limits of human capability continue to haunt us, lingering like ghosts at the edges of scientific understanding. The 1904 Summer Olympics in St. Louis should have been a crowning moment in sporting history, the third modern Olympics and the first held on American soil. Instead, the marathon race that took place on August 30th of that year has gone down as perhaps the most disastrous competitive event ever sanctioned by the International Olympic Committee. This wasn't just a challenging race. It was a cavalcade of horrors that nearly killed multiple participants and still stands as a testament to human endurance pushed well beyond reasonable limits. The trouble began with the course itself, a 24.85-mile route that wound through the dusty roads of St. Louis in the brutal heat of late summer. The marathon was scheduled for the afternoon, with temperatures soaring above 90 degrees Fahrenheit in the shade. But shade was a rare luxury on this course, which followed unpaved roads that kicked up clouds of dust with every footfall. The runners would be facing what amounted to a furnace with virtually no protection from the elements. Making matters worse, the race organizers, led by Chief Olympic Organizer James Sullivan, seemed determined to turn the event into a scientific experiment rather than a fair athletic competition. Sullivan was particularly interested in the emerging field of intentional dehydration. He believed, against all evidence and common sense, that drinking water during endurance events was harmful to performance. With this misguided theory in mind, he deliberately limited water stations to just 2 locations along the entire route. Some accounts suggest he was specifically curious about the effects of extreme dehydration on different athletes, essentially turning Olympic competitors into unwitting lab rats. The field of 32 starters was diverse for the era, with runners from several countries including Cuba, South Africa, and the United States. Among them was Felix Carvajal, a Cuban postman who had raised money to attend the Olympics by running demonstrations in the streets of Havana, only to lose his funds in a dice game in New Orleans and hitchhike to St. Louis. He arrived at the starting line in long trousers and street shoes, before a fellow competitor helped him create makeshift running shorts by cutting his pants at the knee with a knife. Also competing were several members of the Tsu tribe from the Japanese territory of Formosa, now Taiwan, who had never run a marathon before and were brought to the St. Louis World's Fair as part of an anthropological exhibit. Then there was Len Tao and Jan Mashiani, 2 Tswana tribesmen from South Africa who were also in St. Louis as part of the fair's so-called living exhibits, essentially human zoos that displayed indigenous people for the entertainment of white audiences. This was the troubling backdrop against which the race would unfold. The starter's pistol fired at 3:15 in the afternoon, sending the runners onto a course that would quickly become a hellscape. The first water stop wasn't until 12 miles in, meaning runners would go over 2 hours without hydration in blistering heat. The route followed dirt roads alongside regular traffic, with automobiles and horses kicking up thick dust that clogged the runners' airways and limited visibility. There were steep hills to climb, and 7 water crossings, where competitors had to wade through water up to their waists. One of the pre-race favorites, William Garcia of California, collapsed on the side of the road with a hemorrhaging stomach. Doctors later determined that he had been breathing in so much dust that it had coated his esophagus and torn his stomach lining. He nearly died from internal bleeding. Another runner, John Lorden, vomited repeatedly and gave up. Only 14 of the original 32 starters would complete the race, a dismal finishing rate even by early Olympic standards. But these cases were just the beginning of the marathon's horrors. Felix Carvajal, the Cuban postman, stopped at an orchard during the race and ate some rotten apples which gave him terrible stomach cramps. Despite stopping to take a nap to recover, he still managed to finish 4th. Len Tao, one of the South African competitors, was chased a mile off course by aggressive dogs, and William O'Connell simply abandoned the race and went home without telling any officials. The first American finisher and the eventual gold medalist was Thomas Hicks, but his victory came at an almost fatal cost. As Hicks struggled in the heat, his handlers gave him a dose of strychnine sulfate mixed with raw egg whites and brandy. Strychnine, which we now know as a deadly poison, was at the time considered a stimulant in small doses. His handlers administered this concoction not once but twice during the marathon. The second dose was accompanied by more egg whites, more brandy, and a sponge soaked in warm water that Hicks could suck on. For the final miles, Hicks was essentially a zombie, hallucinating and begging to be allowed to lie down. He had to be physically held upright by his handlers while still moving his legs in a mechanical semblance of running. He crossed the finish line in this assisted state, immediately collapsed, and had to be carried away by 4 men. It took several doctors over an hour to revive him enough that he could leave the grounds under his own power. Today, this would be considered performance-enhancing drug use, but in 1904, it was seen as clever handling of a struggling athlete. The drama wasn't over with Hicks's finish. Initially, the first man across the line wasn't Hicks at all, but Fred Lors, who had dropped out after 9 miles due to exhaustion. After resting, Lors had hitched a ride in a car for 11 miles before getting out and jogging the final miles to the stadium, entering to the cheers of the crowd, and even preparing to accept the gold medal from Alice Roosevelt, daughter of President Theodore Roosevelt. It was only when someone pointed out that they had seen Lors riding in an automobile that he admitted to the deception, claiming it had been a joke. Olympics organizers failed to see the humor and banned him from competition for life, though the ban was later lifted. The true champion, Thomas Hicks, finished with a time of 3 hours and 28 minutes, one of the slowest winning times in Olympic marathon history. His victory was a Pyrrhic one. Medical reports from after the race suggest he had lost 8 pounds during the run and continued hallucinating for hours afterward. Modern medical experts who have studied the case believe Hicks was mere minutes from death when he crossed the finish line, saved only by the race ending when it did. The marathon was such a disaster that it forced the International Olympic Committee to reconsider the very nature of the event. Rules were established regarding the provision of water and medical aid stations. The distance was later standardized to the now familiar 26.2 miles after the 1908 London Olympics. The 1904 catastrophe had inadvertently shaped the future of marathon running through its terrible example. What makes this event so fascinating from a historical perspective is how it captures a moment of transition in our understanding of human endurance and athletic science. The race took place at a time when concepts like hydration, electrolyte balance, and the dangers of hypothermia were poorly understood, even by those organizing elite sporting events. Athletes were seen almost as machines that could be pushed without limit, their suffering a necessary part of the spectacle, rather than something to be mitigated through proper care. The St. Louis Marathon also reflects the social tensions of its era. The presence of indigenous competitors who were simultaneously being displayed as anthropological specimens at the World's Fair speaks volumes about the racial attitudes of the time. These men were asked to compete on equal footing in a sporting event, while being treated as less than equal in every other context, a contradiction that highlights the complex relationship between sports and social progress. In many ways, the 1904 Olympic Marathon stands as both a warning and a bizarre time capsule from the dawn of modern athletics. It represents an extreme example of what can happen when sporting ambition outruns medical knowledge, when the desire for spectacle tramples concerns for safety. The race's legacy lives on not in records broken, but in lessons learned through suffering, in regulatory changes born from watching men pushed to the very brink of death in the name of Olympic glory. In the glittering courts and salons of 18th-century Europe, few figures inspired as much fascination, speculation, and disbelief as the mysterious individual who called himself the Count of Saint Germain. He appeared seemingly from nowhere in the sophisticated circles of Paris around 1740, instantly recognizable for his immense wealth, his mastery of multiple languages, his virtuoso musical abilities, and most strikingly, his apparent agelessness. For nearly 4 decades, he moved among the elite of European society, leaving a trail of astonished witnesses and wild rumors in his wake. But it wasn't his entrance into history that makes his story so compelling. It was his supposed refusal to ever truly exit it. The Count presented himself as a man of refinement and limitless means. He wore magnificent clothing adorned with enormous diamonds on his fingers, shoe buckles, and even his snuff box. Yet his wealth seemed to have no clear source. He never appeared to eat in public, subsisting apparently on a special tea of his own creation. He spoke perfect French, German, English, Italian, Portuguese, and Spanish without any accent, as well as Sanskrit, Chinese, and Arabic. He was an accomplished violinist and composer, with pieces still performed today. He demonstrated remarkable knowledge of history, often sharing intimate details about historical events as if he had witnessed them personally. What truly set the Count apart, however, were the whispers that began to circulate about his true age and origins. In conversation, he would casually drop comments suggesting he had been present at events centuries in the past. He would speak of historical figures like Francis I of France or the Medicis as if they were old acquaintances. When questioned directly about his age, he would respond with cryptic smiles or change the subject. Some who knew him claimed he had alluded to being thousands of years old, a wanderer through the centuries who had mastered the secret of eternal life. Madame de Pompadour, the influential mistress of King Louis XV of France, wrote in her memoirs that an elderly countess claimed to have met Saint Germain in Venice 50 years earlier, looking exactly the same age as he appeared in Paris. Similar accounts accumulated over the years. People of high standing and reputation insisted they had encountered this same man, unchanged by time, in different countries across spans of 40, 50, or even 100 years. His talents extended far beyond languages and music. Saint Germain was a practicing alchemist who claimed to have discovered the elixir of life and the ability to transmute base metals into gold. He removed flaws from diamonds and created a special paint with colors of unusual brilliance. He concocted cosmetics that made the aging nobility of Europe appear decades younger. Perhaps most impressively, he served as a confidential diplomat for Louis XV, undertaking secret missions that required someone who could move effortlessly between different worlds and identities. The French court welcomed this enigmatic figure until 1760, when he became entangled in complex political intrigue between France, Britain, and Austria. Forced to flee Paris, he reappeared in Russia, where he allegedly participated in the revolution that placed Catherine the Great on the throne. Over subsequent decades, reliable historical records place him in Berlin, Venice, Dresden, Milan, and numerous other European capitals, always moving in the highest circles, always recognized for his same peculiar qualities. By 1779, Saint Germain had become the companion of Prince Charles of Hesse Castle in Germany. It was there, on February 27, 1784, that the official historical record states the Count of Saint Germain died and was buried. A death certificate was issued, and church records noted his burial. For any ordinary man, that would be the end of the story. But the Count of Saint Germain was apparently no ordinary man. Within years of his recorded death, new sightings began to emerge. In 1785, he was reportedly seen at a Masonic convention in Germany. In 1788, the Swedish mystic Countess von Georgi claimed to have met him in Paris, recognizing him as the same man she had known 40 years earlier in Venice, still appearing to be around 50 years old. When she expressed her astonishment, he reportedly replied, "Madame, I am very old." Throughout the 19th century, the sightings continued. The renowned composer Nikolai Rimsky-Korsakov wrote of meeting a man in 1862 who many believed to be the Count. Theosophist Annie Besant claimed Saint Germain was still active in the world during the 1890s, even in the early 20th century. Supposed encounters with this ageless wanderer were reported, including claims that he attended the signing of the Declaration of Independence in 1776 and influenced the drafting of the United States Constitution. The French writer and diplomat Paul Chacornac compiled many of these accounts in his biography of Saint Germain, presenting the startling suggestion that the Count had mastered physical immortality and continued to move through history long after his supposed death, guiding events from behind the scenes. According to these esoteric traditions, Saint Germain had achieved the highest level of spiritual development, becoming what various occult schools term an ascended master or Mahatma, a being who had transcended the normal limitations of human existence. Some of these traditions go further still, proposing elaborate past lives for the Count. They suggest he had previously been the prophet Samuel, Joseph the father of Jesus, Merlin the magician of Arthurian legend, Christopher Columbus and Francis Bacon, among other significant historical figures. In each incarnation, he supposedly advanced human knowledge and spiritual understanding before moving on to his next identity. In the 20th century, several spiritual movements embraced Saint Germain as a central figure. The I Am activity, founded in the 1930s by Guy Ballard, claimed that Ballard had met Saint Germain on Mount Shasta in California, receiving teachings that formed the basis of their movement. The Church Universal and Triumphant similarly venerates Saint Germain as an ascended master who continues to communicate with humanity. These groups maintain that he oversees the dawning of a new spiritual age from his etheric retreat in the Rocky Mountains. Historian scholars, of course, offer more prosaic explanations for the Saint Germain phenomenon. Most believe he was likely born as Leopold George Rákóczi, the son of Francis II Rákóczi, the exiled prince of Transylvania. This would explain his wealth, education, and diplomatic connections, as well as his need to maintain a mysterious identity due to political sensitivities surrounding his family. His apparent agelessness could be attributed to exceptional genetics, skillful use of cosmetics, and the power of suggestion. Once people believed he was immortal, they were primed to interpret any similar-looking individual as the same person. His scientific and alchemical knowledge, while presented as magical, aligns with the understanding of a well-educated aristocrat of the time with access to knowledge not available to the general public. His linguistic abilities, while impressive, would be expected in someone raised in the cosmopolitan environment of European courts. And many of the more fantastic elements of his story likely emerged through embellishment and myth-making after his death, as his legend grew and was incorporated into various esoteric traditions. Yet the mystique of Saint Germain persists. What makes his story so compelling is not just its supernatural elements, but what it reveals about human longing. The idea of an immortal wanderer moving through history, accumulating wisdom across centuries, speaks to our desire to transcend our brief lifespans and witness the grand sweep of human events. The Count represented the Enlightenment dream of unlimited human potential made flesh, master of arts and sciences, confidant of kings, possessor of ancient wisdom, unbounded by the constraints that limit ordinary lives. Whether he was a skilled impostor, a well-born nobleman playing with his identity, or something more supernatural, the Count of Saint Germain carved out a unique place in European history. His legacy continues not just in esoteric traditions but in literature, music, and film, where he appears as the archetypal immortal, the man who conquered death and walked away from his own funeral to continue his endless journey through time. Perhaps the most fitting epitaph for this extraordinary figure comes from Voltaire, who wrote sarcastically but prophetically in a letter to Frederick the Great of Prussia. The Count of Saint Germain is a man who never dies and who knows everything. Whether meant as ridicule or recognition, these words capture the essence of a legend that refuses to fade, of a man who, in one way or another, achieved a kind of immortality after all. In the narrow, bustling streets of 18th-century Paris, beneath the towering spires of Notre Dame and the elegant facades of newly built townhouses. A bizarre and disturbing event unfolded that still puzzles historians today. Sometime around 1730, in a print shop on Rue Saint-Séverin, a group of journeyman printers carried out what they later recalled with great amusement as La Grande Massacre des Chats, the Great Cat Massacre. This wasn't simply the killing of a cat or two out of cruelty or necessity. It was an elaborate ritual slaughter of dozens of cats, performed with theatrical flourish, mock trials, and public hangings. And strangest of all, the participants found it uproariously funny. To understand this event, we must first understand the world of these young men. They were skilled workers in the printing trade, but they lived in a state of constant frustration. Despite their crucial role in producing books, they were treated poorly by their master, Jacques Vincent, who fed them rotten meat while his cats ate better than they did. They slept in cold, damp quarters while the master's wife doted on her pet cats, especially La Grise, her beloved gray pet. The master would often hire unskilled workers at lower wages, threatening the journeyman's livelihood and degrading their craft. In this environment of resentment, the cats became powerful symbols. In early modern Paris, cats occupied a complex position in the cultural imagination. On one hand, they were associated with witchcraft and the devil, believed to possess supernatural powers. Folk traditions held that cats could cross between worlds, understand human speech, and even transform into demons. On the other hand, among the upper classes, cats were beginning to be kept as pampered pets, a dramatic shift from their traditional role as mere mousers and vermin killers. This elevation of cats coincided with a time when human workers felt increasingly exploited, creating a perfect storm of symbolism and opportunity. The massacre began when one of the journeymen, Nicolas Cantat, imitated the plaintive meowing of cats on the roof, keeping the master and his wife awake night after night. When ordered to get rid of the strays, the workers devised a plan that went far beyond simple pest control. They captured not just the alleged strays but as many neighborhood cats as they could find, including La Grise. What followed was not a straightforward killing, but an elaborate performance that borrowed elements from the legal system, carnival traditions, and religious ceremonies. The workers set up a mock court where the cats were tried for their alleged crimes against humanity. They dressed themselves as judges, prosecutors, and executioners. The cats were provided with confessors before being sentenced to death by hanging. One by one, the cats were hung from makeshift gallows in the shop's courtyard. The mistress's beloved gray cat was given special treatment, not spared, but rather singled out for particularly ceremonious execution. Throughout the proceedings, the workers howled with laughter, rolling on the ground in hysterics at their own dark comedy. When the master and mistress returned to discover what had happened, they were horrified. The journeymen, however, maintained the pretense that they had simply been following orders to rid the place of cats. They continued to find the entire episode hilarious for years afterward, with Cantat recording it in his memoirs as one of the best jokes ever played in the printing trade. This strange incident might have remained an obscure footnote in history if not for the work of historian Robert Darnton, who analyzed the event in his 1984 book, The Great Cat Massacre, and Other Episodes in French Cultural History. Darnton saw in this macabre comedy a window into the mindset of ordinary people on the eve of the Enlightenment, a way to access the mental world of those who left few written records behind. What made the massacre meaningful and funny to its perpetrators reveals much about the tensions and beliefs of 18th-century French society. For Darnton, the massacre represented a form of symbolic rebellion. By killing the cats, especially those favored by their employers, the workers were striking at the master class in one of the few ways available to them. They couldn't openly revolt without risking severe punishment, but they could destroy the animals that their masters valued and protected. The ceremonial aspects, the mock trials and executions, parodied the legal system that so often oppressed workers while protecting the property and privileges of the wealthy. The symbolism went deeper still. Cats were associated with several overlapping areas of cultural significance. There was the connection between cats and women, particularly established through folklore linking cats with female sexuality and witchcraft. By attacking cats, the male workers were also symbolically asserting control over female power in a society where gender relations were strictly hierarchical. The mistress's special attachment to her gray cat made this aspect especially pointed. Furthermore, cats featured prominently in carnival traditions, where the torture of cats was sometimes performed as ritual entertainment. In these contexts, the cat symbolized bad luck, dark forces, and sexuality, all elements that needed to be purged from the community through controlled violence. The workers were drawing on these rich cultural traditions while adapting them to express their specific grievances. The workers also incorporated elements of charivari, a folk custom involving rough music and mock processions to shame those who violated community norms. Typically directed at adulterers or husbands dominated by their wives, charivari rituals often included cat symbolism, with caterwauling used to create discordant noise. By adapting these traditions, the workers were casting their masters as violators of proper social relations, worthy of public shamming. What makes the Great Cat Massacre particularly valuable to historians is that it occurred at a pivotal moment in French cultural history. The early 18th century marked a transition period when older folkloric beliefs about animals having magical properties existed, alongside newer Enlightenment sensibilities. The workers inhabited a mental world where cats could still be seen as demonic, while also recognizing the growing sentimentalization of animals among the upper classes. They exploited this tension for maximum symbolic effect. The aftermath of the massacre is less well documented than the event itself. We know that the master was outraged but apparently unable or unwilling to dismiss the workers involved, suggesting that skilled labor held some power even in this unequal relationship. The incident became part of printing trade folklore, told and retold among workers as an example of successful resistance through symbolic action. For modern readers, the gleeful killing of cats seems cruel and disturbing rather than humorous. This reaction demonstrates how dramatically our relationship with animals has changed over 3 centuries. Today, most Western societies view cats as companions deserving of protection, with animal cruelty laws explicitly forbidding the kind of treatment that these 18th-century workers found so amusing. This shift in sensibilities is itself a product of historical processes, including the democratization of pet keeping that began among the upper classes in the early modern period and gradually spread throughout society. The Great Cat Massacre also foreshadowed larger conflicts to come. The tensions it expressed between workers and masters, old beliefs and new sensibilities, symbolic resistance and open rebellion, would erupt more dramatically in the French Revolution 6 decades later. While it would be an overstatement to draw a direct line between killing cats and storming the Bastille, both actions emerged from a society where inequality was becoming increasingly intolerable, and where symbolic violence could rapidly transform into actual revolution. For centuries, historical study focused primarily on great men and major events, kings, battles, treaties, and revolutions. The examination of something as seemingly trivial as a group of workers killing cats represents a different approach to understanding the past, one that seeks to recover the experiences and mentalities of ordinary people. Through this lens, the strange comedy of the Great Cat Massacre becomes not just an isolated incident of cruelty, but a text to be read, revealing the complex web of meanings that structured daily life in a world both distant from and connected to our own. The cats of Rue Saint-Séverin died centuries ago, their deaths transformed from tragedy to comedy to historical puzzle. But in examining this disturbing episode, We gain insight into the world that would soon give birth to modern democratic ideals, even while practicing forms of symbolic resistance that seem alien to contemporary sensibilities. The Great Cat Massacre stands as a reminder that the past is indeed a foreign country, where even laughter arose from places we can now scarcely comprehend. History is layered with extraordinary events, some documented in classified files, some preserved in forgotten memoirs, and others passed down through generations, defying logical explanation. The bizarre historical episodes we've explored today are just a glimpse into the strange, the inexplicable, and the almost unbelievable moments that continue to challenge historians and inspire endless speculation. But with each archive we open, with each account we examine, we find ourselves facing more perplexing questions than answers. If you enjoyed this journey through history's most bewildering chapters, make sure to subscribe and check out our other videos for more mysteries waiting to be revealed. Thanks for watching, and as always, until next time.